Good morning. If folks can please take their seats, we're going to get started in just a minute. Good morning. If people can please take their seats, we'd like to get started. Yeah. Just not in front of the camera. That way. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us today at our 2026 Washington International Trade Conference. We hope you enjoyed yesterday's program, and we're pleased you could join us again here today, whether you are in person or online. For those of you on Zoom, a reminder that if you have to log off or log back in, you can use the same link that you have this morning to come back into the session. And for those of you here in the Reagan Building, welcome. We're delighted you could be here with us again. I'd like to do a shout out to our event sponsors, Amazon, the National Pork Producers Council, Business Roundtable, White & Case, and our patron sponsors, American Apparel and Footwear Association, Coupang, Corn Refiners Association, National Association of Manufacturers, the National Retail Federation, the North American Export Grain Association, Trade Data Monitor, and the Trade Center Management Associates in the International Trade Center, our hosts in this lovely venue. We're not going to do lengthy introductions because we want to get right into the program. We are delighted to have, I was trying to think of the right metaphor to talk about USTR, and I was thinking about air traffic controllers, but then I realized they're also designing the planes, flying the planes, and they have so much to do. They are the busiest people in town, and we are truly honored that Jennifer Thornton, the General Counsel at USTR, is joining us here today. Thank you so much. She's going to give remarks here at the podium, and when she's done, she's going to have a sit-down conversation with Ambassador Kristen Silverberg, the President and COO of Business Roundtable. Jennifer?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to have this opportunity to speak to you today about President Trump's second-term trade strategy. WIDA's enduring value resides in its ability to gather the lions of the Washington trade community twice a year, in person, in one place. My goal today is to explain how we at USTR are working to operationalize President Trump's vision of rebalancing trade to secure America's future. We believe that President Trump's transformative impact on U.S. trade policy will continue to make America better prepared to both prevent and survive geopolitical conflict. We also believe that the coming year will require even more engagement with you and other stakeholders as we redesign the President's policy to achieve his objectives. But let me begin first with some thoughts about the Supreme Court's opinion in Learning Resources last Friday. We are obviously disappointed with the court's decision. When we embarked upon this project last year, we firmly believed that when it passed IEEPA in 1977, Congress delegated to the President the power to impose tariffs to respond swiftly to national emergencies. The administration's position was firmly rooted in legislative text, context, and precedent. We embrace this position because the scourge of fentanyl, which in January 2025 was killing 200 Americans a day, and our large and persistent goods trade deficit, which in 2024 had become the largest recorded in economic history, were national emergencies that the American people elected the President to address. like the dissenting justices, we fear that the court's decision could create uncertainty about Congress's ability to delegate broad authority to the president to manage future emergencies. And we are concerned about the application of any statutory canon of construction that puts a thumb on the scale against the president in matters of foreign relations. But we will comply fully with the court's holding. And as both the President and Ambassador Greer indicated on Friday, we will continue to advance the President's second-term agenda by relying on other statutory delegations of Congress's tariff-setting authority. Against this backdrop, let me say a few words about how President Trump's longstanding insights on trade currently inform USTR's work. Since he published his letter to the American people in the New York Times in 1987, President Trump has cautioned about the cost of huge trade deficits on America's competitive position in the world. In 1987, President Trump's central insight was this: by agreeing to become the world's security guarantor through NATO and other alliances, the United States had freed allies like Japan to develop more robust and resilient economies than our own. At the time, President Trump argued, quote, "Over the years, the Japanese, unimpeded by the huge costs of defending themselves, as long as the United States will do it for free, have built a strong and vibrant economy with its unprecedented surpluses. They have brilliantly managed to maintain a weak yen against the US dollar. This, coupled with our monumental spending for their and others' defense, has moved Japan to the forefront of world economies." During his first term, President Trump challenged core orthodoxies of the post-World War II trade and financial systems by questioning whether the United States could continue to champion the benefits of global economic integration without squarely confronting its adverse impacts on US workers, US domestic manufacturing capacity, and US national security. He also called the world's attention to the fact that China's industrial subsidies and state-sponsored intellectual property theft were undermining the comparative advantage of innovative US technology companies, manufacturers, and their workers. He refused to accept that his desire to protect and promote American economic security should be constrained in the name of further liberalization. And he did not hesitate to use powerful domestic trade remedies to combat unfair trading partner practices when the rules-based trading system failed to discipline them. Having alerted Americans to these dangerous distortions in the global trading system during his first term, President Trump resolved in his second term to address structural imbalances baked into the post-World War II system from its inception. As his letter to the American people in 1987 demonstrates, the President has long believed that trade and national security policy are inextricably intertwined. In the President's view, the United States' decision to become the security guarantor for the world has allowed our allies to spend less on our common defense and more on social welfare programs to benefit their people. Accordingly, in his second term, President Trump resolved to compel our NATO allies to increase their spending on defense. And in 2025, for the first time since NATO's creation, all of its members met or exceeded their 2% GDP defense spending targets. President Trump resolved, second, to ensure that our allies and partners who enjoy the benefits of our defense umbrella finally allow our exporters to access their markets on reciprocal terms. The fact of the matter is that because of non-reciprocal tariff bindings at the WTO, US allies and adversaries alike have far more access to the US market than US exporters have to many critical foreign markets. President Trump's focus on reciprocal market access has deep roots in the history of US trade policy. Congress endorsed a policy of reciprocity in fits and starts in the 19th century. And in the Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act of 1934, Congress empowered President Roosevelt to enter into agreements to lower or to raise US tariff rates to match those of our foreign trading partners. However, when US policymakers embraced the multilateral trade and financial systems designed at the close of World War II, they abandoned a focus on reciprocal market access in favor of an aggressive program of economic liberalization on an MFN basis, because they believed that this approach would drive tariff rates down more quickly. The United States did not insist that countries bind their tariff rates at similarly low levels, nor did the United States insist that the GATT contracting parties apply their tariff rates on a reciprocal basis. US policymakers were convinced that if the United States remained a shining city on a hill with respect to market liberalization, the factors of production around the world would converge towards their highest and best use, and global economic welfare would increase for all. In the 70 years that followed, the GATT and WTO member states reduced their simple average tariff rates from 22% in the late 1940s to 13.9% in 1994 at the dawn of the WTO, to 8.9% in 2021-2022 at the end of the COVID crisis. But imbalances in market openness were firmly embedded in the system and reflected in the United States' low 3.3% simple average tariff rate relative to those of our key partners. Brazil's is 11.2%, China's 7.5%, the European Union's 5%, India's 17%, and Vietnam's 9.4%. Furthermore, across a range of important industrial and agricultural products, the discrepancies between bound tariff rates among our partners are even larger. President Trump imposed the reciprocal tariff to persuade trading partners to finally lower these non-reciprocal tariff rates, as well as to eliminate myriad non-tariff barriers that USTR has painstakingly detailed in our annual NTE reports for decades. He also signaled to our trading partners that continued access to the world's most lucrative consumer market will come at increased cost and require increased alignment with the United States on economic and national security matters. Dozens of trading partners have been responsive to this signal and engaged in good faith negotiations to address the President's concerns. In less than 1 year, the administration has concluded 11 framework agreements with Ecuador, the European Union, India, Japan, Korea, North Macedonia, Switzerland, Thailand, the UK, and Vietnam. These framework agreements are designed to lay a foundation for future agreements, but they have already produced real results. To highlight just a few, in the context of the general terms of our economic prosperity deal with the United Kingdom, the President secured increased access to the UK market for US beef and ethanol exporters, and persuaded the NHS to negotiate significantly preferential pharmaceutical pricing practices that will redound to the benefit of US pharmaceutical innovators and British patients alike. Similarly, the European Union has agreed to eliminate tariffs on all US industrial goods and provide preferential market access for a wide range of US seafood and agricultural goods, as well as to eliminate provisions on climate transition plans and civil liability in the CSDDD. And in recent weeks, India has committed to eliminate or reduce tariffs on all US industrial goods and a wide range of US food and agricultural products, as well as to stop purchasing Russian oil and align more closely with the United States on economic and national security matters. All of these commitments were secured in exchange for tariff reductions. These achievements have been well publicized, and they are the product of hard work on the part of the President's entire economic team. I expect my colleague, Undersecretary Kimmitt, will address them in greater detail, as well as explain how the President is sending a powerful demand signal to increase domestic manufacturing capacity in critical sectors through Commerce's Section 232 program. But in the past year, the administration has also concluded 8 legally binding agreements on reciprocal trade that will fundamentally transform our relationship with key middle-income trading partners for years to come. I would encourage you to review these agreements on USTR's website. but must warn you that they are very long. However, before you do that, I would like to highlight some of their most significant provisions. Let me start first with Cambodia, which had an average applied tariff rate of 11.9% in 2024. As a result of the deal, it has eliminated tariffs on all U.S. exports. Cambodia has also committed to address dozens of significant non-tariff barriers, including increasing enforcement against notorious markets for counterfeiting and piracy, raising environmental standards, as well as adopting and enforcing a prohibition on the importation of goods produced with forced labor. We are laser-focused on raising labor and environment standards in these agreements because we firmly believe that Americans cannot compete in the global economy until we eliminate the flight of capital and production to markets whose primary comparative advantage is regulatory arbitrage. I will turn next to Malaysia, which had an average applied tariff rate of 5.6% in 2024, but now has committed to provide significant preferential market access for U.S. exports, including chemicals, machinery, metals, and passenger vehicles. Most recently, Indonesia, which had an average applied tariff rate of 8% in 2024, has agreed to eliminate tariffs on over 99% of U.S. exports. Indonesia has also committed to eliminating a variety of local content requirements, addressing an issue that remained unresolved for 15 years. Importantly, Indonesia has agreed to remove all restrictions on U.S. exports of critical minerals, as well as to permit U.S. investment in mining projects. Significantly, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Indonesia have each committed to supporting a permanent moratorium on customs duties on electronic transmissions at the WTO, and to cooperating with us to prevent illegal transshipment and duty evasion schemes. Our recently concluded agreement with Taiwan is probably the most far-reaching and ambitious of the agreements we have concluded to date. Taiwan, which has maintained an average MFN applied tariff rate of 6.5%, has agreed to eliminate tariffs on 97% of its industrial tariff lines and 94% of its agriculture tariff lines. Furthermore, for the first time in decades, U.S. automakers will compete on a level playing field in Taiwan. Taiwanese customers are already placing orders. Taiwan also has committed to remove all non-tariff barriers facing U.S. beef and pork, creating important additional export opportunities for American ranchers. And Taiwan has agreed to reach alignment with us on export controls to prevent the diversion of advanced semiconductors and related equipment, while at the same time pledging $250 billion in new direct investment in the American semiconductor, energy, and artificial intelligence industries. 13 years after the Rana Plaza collapse killed over 1,000 Bangladeshi workers, Bangladesh had still failed to meaningfully reform its labor standards, even after its GSP eligibility was revoked. In our recently concluded agreement, Bangladesh has committed to codify commitments on freedom of association, collective bargaining, and protections against unfair labor practices. El Salvador and Guatemala had already committed to provide duty-free access to U.S. goods in the CAFTA-DR. However, in the context of our recent agreement, we've been able to persuade them to streamline a number of regulatory barriers that had disadvantaged U.S. exports, particularly vis-a-vis European products, for years. Finally, in our agreement with Argentina this month, we persuaded Argentina to implement long-awaited reforms that will protect patents for U.S. innovators, making more U.S. medicines available in Argentina. These are just some of the significant outcomes we have achieved through the President's reciprocal trade agenda over the past year. We believe our trading partners will continue to honor these agreements, notwithstanding the President's order to remove the reciprocal tariff in light of the Supreme Court's decision. Now let me say a few words about the Section 122 tariff that the President imposed on Friday. The President invoked his authority under the 1974 Act to impose for 150 days a 10% tariff on imports from all countries, subject to certain exemptions detailed in the proclamation, to address the country's large and serious balance of payments problem. On Saturday, the president indicated that he will raise this tariff to 15%. Congress included Section 122 in the 1974 Act to resolve any doubts about future presidents' ability to impose a tariff to address large and serious balance of payments problems, because the legality of President Nixon's baseline tariff was still being challenged in the courts at that time. Section 122 is a non-emergency statute that requires the president to act in the face of these conditions for a period not exceeding 150 days unless the action is extended by Congress. As we expected, there already has been a lot of discussion about whether we are in fact facing a large and serious balance of payments problem. To explain our position in the simplest possible terms, the president believes a country must be able to finance its consumption. In 2024, the United States maintained a current account deficit equal to 4% of our gross domestic product, almost double the current account deficit of approximately 2% that prevailed between 2013 and 2019, and larger than that which prevailed from 2019 to 2024. But the deterioration in the U.S. balance of payments position is not just attributable to our trade deficit. In 2024, for the first time since 1960, the United States had a deficit in our balance on primary income, which is the component of the current account that measures flows of money earned as returns on investment and labor abroad relative to flows of money earned on returns of investment and labor in the United States. Furthermore, at the end of 2024, the U.S. net international investment position was 89% of our GDP. This means that if all the obligations the United States and its nationals have incurred to foreigners were to become due today, and we could instantly deploy all the foreign assets the United States and its nationals hold, we would still have to make net payments equivalent to 89% of our annual economic output to fulfill those obligations. The president believes that if left unaddressed, our fundamental international balance of payments position could endanger the ability of the United States to finance its spending, erode consumer confidence in the economy, and distress financial markets. As Ambassador Greer explained in his statement on Friday, the Section 122 tariff is only the first phase of our contingency plan. In the coming weeks, we will launch a series of new Section 301 investigations designed to identify and document the unreasonable and discriminatory foreign trading partner practices that we believe contribute to the imbalances the president has identified. Those investigations will address persistent industrial excess capacity, forced labor, pharmaceutical pricing practices, discrimination against U.S. technology companies, ocean pollution, and practices that distort the trade in seafood, rice, and other agricultural products. The Section 301 statute requires us to solicit stakeholder comments not only after we launch an investigation, but before we propose responsive action. We encourage you to provide as much data and evidence as possible to support your preferred outcomes in these investigations in the context of those comment periods. This leads me to 3 additional initiatives in the coming months with which we need your assistance. Because of your extensive engagement last year, the administration is well positioned in advance of our upcoming joint review of USMCA. In the coming months, we encourage you to engage with Ambassador Getman and his team on specific text proposals that you believe will improve the operation of the agreement. As most of you know, we are in the midst of a 1-year arrangement with China related to trade in goods such as rare earths and priority U.S. exports. President Trump has signaled publicly that he will visit China in April, with President Xi to travel to the United States later this year. Ambassador Greer has indicated that he envisions a landing zone with China that results in more balanced and managed trade. In the coming year, we will be seeking your feedback about how our bilateral trade in non-sensitive products can and should be managed to ensure that trade with China is more balanced and benefits the United States. And finally, on critical minerals, following the Commerce Department's Section 232 investigation, the President has directed USTR and Commerce to launch a legally binding international agreement to increase trade in critical minerals with aligned partners. In the coming days, we will solicit your feedback on the precise combination of border measures and standards necessary to achieve that outcome. So let me conclude where I began. The President's longstanding and deep-seated concerns about the global trading system are shared by his supporters and opponents alike. President Trump has caused Americans to return to first principles to think about why we trade and with whom. He will not allow us to ignore the fact that the benefits of trade have been uneven and that trade liberalization has eroded our domestic manufacturing base. And he's no longer willing to allow Americans to foot the bill for the world's security, while our allies and partners make it difficult and sometimes impossible for US companies to compete in their markets. His goal is not to destroy the global trading system, but to make it more responsive to the needs of his constituents and all Americans. That is our mission these days at USTR, and we welcome your assistance in achieving it. Thank you.
Good morning. It is my great pleasure to be here with my friend and former colleague, Jennifer Thornton, who is serving with great distinction at USTR. So thank you for being here. Jennifer, I know Ken mentioned that you're one of the busiest people in Washington, so I'll hop right into it. You mentioned that the administration has triggered Section 122 and that you will be launching a series of Section 301 investigations. Can you fast forward a little bit and talk about what a potential end game is? So what's a long-term tariff structure that would address some of the structural imbalances you mentioned, particularly in light of the concessions you've already received from some of our trading partners?
Well, thank you. It's an honor for me to be here today. Kristen is actually my former boss, so it's not every day that you get an opportunity to have a conversation with someone with whom you've worked so closely. What I can say is that the tariff landscape for the next 150 days is designed to produce continuity. The 122 statute allows the president to impose a tariff of only up to 15%. The president has indicated that he's going to increase the 10% tariff that he laid out in the proclamation that he signed on Friday to 15% on Saturday. And we expect that that tariff will be challenged in court, but we hope that it survives for the full 150-day period. The Section 301 investigations take time. The Section 301 statute is very detailed. It provides for a tremendous amount of process, the stakeholder engagement that I referenced in my remarks. And historically, USTR has used those investigations to produce very detailed reports that document the unfair and discriminatory trading partner practices that we believe are burdening US commerce. So we intend to work with all deliberate speed on those investigations. We have been looking very hard at all of them since the president's second term began. But we don't intend to guarantee any outcomes. We don't know what the tariff rates will be at the end of those investigations. There are some investigations that might not result in any tariff rates at all, either because we feel that our trading partners are addressing our concerns in the context of our existing negotiations, or because, as a result of the consultation that is required by the statute, trading partners come to us and signal that they're willing to really work with us to remove the barriers that we've identified. So I can't predict what the landing zone is. All I can say is that the USTR has responsibility for the 301 investigative process, and we not only want to and intend to adhere to the statute's requirements zealously, we see this as an opportunity to really build the case for what we are doing. And we feel that the entire global trading system would be in a different place if President Trump hadn't launched his 301 investigation into China's forced technology practices in his first term. So we really believe that in the context of these investigations, we'll shine a light on some significant imbalances that, quite frankly, the world needs to solve.
As you're working through that process, how important is revenue generation? It's something the president has cited as an outcome of tariffs. Do you have in mind that the tariff mix at the end of this process needs to produce the same amount of revenues as the IEEPA tariffs?
No. I mean, we at USTR are not really thinking about revenue at all. The statute, the 301 statute, permits the USTR to impose tariffs to try and encourage our trading partners to eliminate acts, policies, and practices that we conclude are unreasonable or discriminatory. So the goal is not revenue generation, but really leverage. And we feel that many of our trading partners have stepped up to the table and already taken great strides to address some of our longstanding concerns. So the revenue landscape might be very different at the end of this phase of the president's tariff program, but we are confident that the global trading system will ultimately be more fair at the end of this.
I want to turn to USMCA. You know that this is a big BRT and broader business community priority. The Ambassador Greer has said this will not be a rubber stamp process, that there are things you're looking for from the Canadians and Mexicans. What's the list of things you'd like to see from our trading partners that would give USTR confidence that extension makes sense?
Well, the list is really different for both of the partners, and I think, Ambassador Greer in his report to Congress in December detailed to the committees of jurisdiction the areas in which we think both partners need to make changes. But I think, the president's perspective on the agreement is that he was always critical of the NAFTA. He never liked it. He doesn't like negotiating on a trilateral basis or a plurilateral basis. He thinks that dilutes our leverage. But he was persuaded to preserve the NAFTA after Ambassador Lighthizer and his team went into the agreement and renegotiated it in very surgical ways to ensure that the balance of benefits inured more to the American worker. And I think the president feels as though that promise of rebalancing really hasn't been achieved. Mexico obviously has been a tremendous beneficiary of USMCA, as have US companies. But I think the president is still concerned that this regulatory arbitrage that you've seen us focus on so much is still happening. So I think, taking a harder look at the rules of origin, and we obviously designed an innovative rule of origin for autos in USMCA. I think we're looking at a lot of other products right now. We also negotiated USMCA before the COVID pandemic and before all Americans understood the dangers of very attenuated supply chains. We're looking at the agreement now as a mechanism for really incentivizing Canada and Mexico to take seriously our need to bring some of those supply chains back to the Western Hemisphere.
If the Mexicans and Canadians sufficiently address your concerns, is there an off-ramp for the 232s so that we get back to full duty-free trade under the agreement?
I think that is a question for my colleague, Undersecretary Kimmitt. The 232 program is run by the Commerce Department, and they are uniquely well-placed to predict a landing zone there.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Ken says I have one last question, which is, want to turn to Europe. Obviously, the business community is very focused on Europe as an important trading partner and export market. Are you making progress addressing our bilateral issues, and are you making progress aligning with Europe on common approaches to competition with China?
Yes. I can say that Ambassador Greer has an incredible relationship with Commissioner Šefčovič. They are in constant conversation about our respective goals for the bilateral relationship. We feel that our conversations have already resulted in meaningful changes to the CSDDD, which our companies desperately needed. And I think that the Commission has come a long way in terms of looking at the geopolitical challenges that we face in the same way that we do. So I'm confident. It's one of our obviously most important trading relationships, and we intend to remain in very vigorous conversation with the Europeans to try and find a middle ground.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for your service to the country and for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jennifer Thornton. Really, truly grateful to you and all the work that you and your team are doing. All Americans are really grateful to you for your efforts. Ambassador Silverberg, thank you as well for joining us today. Our next panel, I'd like to welcome up to the stage. Thank you. So good to see you. So it's a distinct privilege and a high honor to welcome back to the stage Roberto Azevêdo. Roberto joined us at our conference. We were in a different room, but it was in 2020. It was February, and we were just beginning to talk about a virus that was spreading in Wuhan, China, and we were wondering what kind of impacts it might have. That was almost exactly about 4 weeks before everything started shutting down. So delighted to welcome you back. At the time, you were the Director General of the World Trade Organization, and we were talking about a lot of key issues at the WTO, and it was an honor to have you there, and honor to welcome you back as well. And our moderator for this session is Angela Ellard, who's the former Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization, and of course, the longtime Chief Trade Counsel of the House Ways and Means Committee, where so many of us worked with her. She's also our partner on a series we've been doing for the past few weeks on MC14 and the and WTO reform and a lot of related issues. We have 2 more events in that series coming up. Angela, it's been a pleasure working with you on that series and to have you back in Washington. Thank you for joining us, both of you, today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Ken, for that introduction. Roberto, it's a pleasure to be here with you today, to catch up after all these years, and to get your views on what's happening in the US, around the world, at the WTO. Initially, when we invited you, I foresaw a discussion focused on the WTO, and we will definitely get to those questions, but I think we have to talk about the issue of the day, which is, of course, the Supreme Court decision with respect to the IEEPA tariffs. So a lot of the focus here in this room has been on what the impact has been in the US. But I would like to get from you a sense of how our trading partners are looking at this decision, what they see as the next steps. Those who have concluded agreements with the US, do they see those agreements as durable, something that they should follow, or is there considerable uncertainty? And I ask this against the backdrop of Brazil, of course, facing lower tariffs now under the 122 tariffs than it faced under IEEPA. So perhaps if you could give us your perspective on this.
Well, thank you for the question, and it's a great pleasure to be with you all again. It's been a while. I remember every time we prepared the speech about the WTO and the trading system, we started by saying the WTO is at a crossroads. And now I see those were the good old times, right? So a lot has happened since then and a lot to discuss. I think if we are to talk about the WTO, we have to talk about what you just said. You know, what is the environment today? What are we facing? And I think from a U.S. partner perspective, what countries are really seeking at this point, it's not necessarily liberalized trade or better access or anything like that. I mean, of course they want that. But what they really want is predictability. I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, what are the rules of engagement? Even when you negotiate an agreement, you're talking about the agreements that were previously negotiated between the US and Europe and the UK and others, you expect to have the rules of the game in place, right? So if I'm negotiating preferences, what are my margins of preference, right? How much am I giving in exchange for what? And to the extent that those parameters change every few months, it becomes truly challenging to plan. And I'm not talking about governments, I'm talking about companies, I'm talking about, you know, the people on the ground who are actually conducting trade, logistics, hospitality, services, the supply chains. Everybody at this point is holding back. And ever since I left the WTO, and now I left the government as well, so I've been very much in the private sector and consulting for many companies at this point in time. The question that the position that I see from them, and I can't say any differently, is I'm holding back. You know, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 months. I don't know what's going to happen in the next few weeks. So like the tariffs that were announced under Section 122, after all, is it 10% or 15%? Everybody is asking, they don't know. Do they stack or they don't stack? And I mean, the questions are everywhere. And I think that if we had more predictability, certainty about what and where we are, I think that would be very helpful to the global economy, to planning, to trade in general. So people in Brazil began to ask me questions, a lot of interviews recently, about who are the winners and who are the losers. And if you read between the lines what I'm saying, who the hell knows? We have to wait and see, you know. Let's see what happens in the next few weeks or what the next announcements are going to be. What I tell them, it's premature to tell now who are the winners, who are the losers, where the tariff levels are going to be. Brazil is under the Section 301 investigation, for example. China is too. What is going to be the outcome of that investigation? Are other countries going to? Because then, at a certain point, it's not only about what applies to you, it's what applies to everybody else, because your level of competitiveness is contingent not only on the tariffs that apply to you, it's contingent on the levels that applies to others, and the comparison between those tariffs is what's going to determine levels of investments and where you're going to bet. So countries at this point in time, I think the plan A, I would say, at this point in time is reduce U.S. risk. So everybody's looking for other partners. Everybody's looking for other agreements. Everybody's looking for other partners. Everybody's trying to look for predictability in the network of agreements and relationships that they can establish and that will work regardless of what happens in the U.S. I think at this point in time, this is generally the name of the game.
Generally, yes, the name of the game, the uncertainty, I can certainly understand that. I would love to get your perspective on something that the USTR General Counsel, Jennifer Thornton, just said in her address. She noted, among other countries, Brazil has a very high tariff rate, an average of 11.2%, and that the whole point of the WTO and was kind of mutual liberalization. The idea that if the US brought its tariffs down, everybody else would do the same thing. So Brazil still has relatively high tariffs. Another factor, she didn't mention this, but another factor with respect to the WTO is that many years ago, Brazil said that it would no longer define itself as a developing country. As we know, in the WTO, a country gets to define for itself whether it's developed or not. So Brazil said that it would no longer consider itself to be developing for purposes of future agreements. But now it's changed its mind over the last several years. It is very much working with other developing countries in the WTO as a developing member. So how do you square this in terms of US policy? The idea that because of Brazil's relatively high tariff rates, because it is still declaring itself to be a developing country, how do you address the concern that the US did not get the benefit of its bargain?
Yeah, well, I don't think I have to talk about country changing their minds, right? I mean, really. What I do know is, and I have been saying this for quite a while, is that the WTO is outdated. The system is outdated. Those tariffs that you mentioned, Brazil has higher tariffs than the US. Yes, they could be even higher because the bound tariffs are much higher than the ones they apply now. And why? Because it was a result of a deal that was struck in the mid-80s. So we're talking about, what, 40 years ago? I mean, I was a baby 40 years ago. And things have changed. I would say it's not only about rebalancing the rights and obligations, it's about rebalancing the definitions even in the WTO. What is a developing country today? I mean, do we have a definition of that? I mean, we struggled with that in the WTO for a long time. And I think we need to rethink the whole system. And I find that the conversations that are happening now, people are preparing papers for the reform of the WTO. That's all, I think, very laudable and timely. But frankly, I think it's insufficient. This is not going to do the trick. If we do want to reinvigorate the system and to have a system that is truly operational at this point in time, it will have to reflect the reality of the 21st century. And the fact that there is a lot more volatility today than there was before. People are changing mind more frequently than ever. You have to account for all those things in the system if the system is going to be, relevant and actually perform to the benefit of all the members. Now, developing country definition, for example, or the clauses that were, those clauses, they began when the WTO was, what, 40, 50 members or something like that? The GATT, the developing country provisions, the WTO, not the WTO, the GATT at the time. I mean, you had like less than 50 members. Now we are 160, I don't know what now, 64, 65, 66. It's a completely different environment. So if we are going to recover the relevance of the system, the importance of the system in the way that it was before, it's still relevant, mind you. I'm not saying that the system is irrelevant. Quite the opposite. It's more relevant than ever before, I think, in the current context. But it is going to be losing relevance continuously because people are going to play outside, the book.
So what does that mean? I agree with you absolutely that the WTO has to keep up and that it needs reform. When you were Director General for 7 years, you were pushing members on reform, and a lot of progress was made, getting us to the point at the WTO where we are now. But what needs to change in your view? Is it a question of redefining MFN? Is it making it easier to reach plurilaterals? Under your leadership, the JSIs were launched, the Joint Statement Initiatives, the plurilaterals, 3 of them being concluded, and we're looking to dock 2 of them into the WTO framework. So does it mean MFN? Does it mean making plurilaterals easier? Does it mean changing decision-making, governance? In your view, what is that reform that's necessary?
I think it's a little bit of everything that you just said. When I first took office, we had to negotiate the trade facilitation agreement in a few weeks. Basically, we had 700 brackets around the text, and we managed in a few weeks to do all that and get it done. And not only that, we had in Nairobi, we had the elimination of export subsidies for agriculture. We had a number of pretty important, we have the ITA expansion negotiated during that period as well. And it was always very difficult, but it was done. It was clear to me, particularly when we had the first Trump administration, and the way that the U.S. made clear, the way that it perceived the system at the time, it was already very evident that it was difficult to get agreements going because members themselves had different views about the value of the system. And I'm not talking about the U.S. only. I'm talking about a number of other countries. So at the time when the U.S. and others, developed countries in particular, were complaining about the rules being too lax, and that China was using a lot of the gray areas to do a lot of, in their view, improper things or violating the agreements, whatever. Many developing countries felt that they were too constrained, particularly the TRIMS provisions, for example. So national content, export performance, they felt that they were entitled to that, and that was taken away from them from the agreements. So it was very, very clear that we had opposing views about what the system should be achieving. The objectives of the system were challenged by both sides. And I think that the only way that you can begin to address those concerns is that you allow the system to perform in different ways to different members. Now, the only way to do that is to be more flexible. And I think my last ministerial conference was in Buenos Aires, and we had the joint statement initiatives. And that was a very strategic move, I think, during my tenure. And I think that was basically telling the organization, you have to rethink the whole thing, right? We have to be more creative, we have to be more flexible, you have to be allowing members to agree on what they can, and those who can go, those who cannot or do not want to go, they don't go. The major question there is, are you, in doing those, let's call it plurilaterals, are we diminishing the rights and obligations of other members who are not part of that? And that's a tricky question. Very, very tricky question. In areas, for example, where we have no regulations, where we have no rules, basically, you could argue that a plurilateral that is creating rights and obligations to the participants is not taking away rights and obligations of others because there were no rights and obligations in that particular area or space. But you can always challenge that. There's always ways of finding, rights and obligations that are subsumed or that are implicit in the agreements that are being struck. So that tells me, and it should tell those who want the system to thrive, that we need to be really creative, and we need to start a conversation about the root causes of the weakness of the system.
Well, perhaps, and I'm interested in your views on this, some of the root causes may be lack of trust among the members, lack of leadership among key members. And I'm not necessarily pointing to the US. I'm pointing to just myself having spent 4.5 years at the WTO. There are a lot of times when I saw that members weren't listening to each other, and members weren't, well, how to put this politely, they were not looking to build coalitions. They were looking to just state their talking points. So how do we get members beyond that point? What kind of leadership do we need? How do we build the trust? How do we get these decisions made outside of Geneva and in capitals, using political capital to try to move the WTO forward? How do we make WTO members see the WTO as a global common good?
Yeah, well, every time I started a conversation as a negotiator, and then as WTO Director General, every time I started a conversation with a leader, it could be, any leader. It could be a minister, it could be a president, a prime minister, it doesn't matter. My first objective in that conversation was to figure out what he or she wanted. What was in their minds? I mean, what were the objectives for them of that? Not mine. I knew mine. I knew what I wanted. For me, what was important is to understand what they wanted. Even with President Trump, I had a conversation with him in Davos in 2020. It was very clear, very early on, what he wanted. And if you, in a conversation like that, cannot see common ground in your objectives and the other person's objective, you're dead on arrival. There's nowhere to go. Building trust in the WTO is making sure that we understand that we're all rowing in the same direction. We all want a common objective. I don't think at this point in time that exists. I think when you talk about WTO reform, you hear every single consensus in the WTO. We need WTO reform. But if you ask them, what kind of reform do you want? They're completely different spaces. Completely. So I think the first step to build trust is to make sure we understand what we collectively want from the system. If we can't get agreement on that, then you build trust. If you don't have agreement on that, it's never going to happen. So at this point, I don't think that commonality is there. And my view is that it is going to be very challenging, not to say impossible, to have true reform coming from within the system. I really don't think that's going to happen. Which is, however, striking or even paradoxical, because the brain power that is needed to get meaningful reform is there. It's in Geneva. It's not outside Geneva. It's not in capitals. It's there. So how do you reform truly with the brain power you have in Geneva if it's not going to come from Geneva? That's the question. And I think the answer to that question is you have to use the brain power that is in Geneva, but work creatively within the system and outside the system. Alliances, think groups, set up groups. We did that before in Geneva, where you are not constrained by the decision-making of the Geneva process. Look, I have to tell you, the mistrust was such in Geneva when I was still there, just before I left, that we were beginning to have conversation about the joint statement initiatives, right? So some members didn't want the Secretariat to allocate rooms for that conversation.
Oh, I know. I
Okay,
did the
can
budget.
you imagine that? I mean, rooms, you cannot have a conversation in a room. You cannot reserve a room, let alone translation and all that. And it was very, in the end, I managed to get that going. But for a while, people were having conversations in the embassies, or, I'm sorry, in the missions, They were doing outside the buildings of the WTO. And that's just that's not a negotiation. There was just a conversation about where we are and what do we do in some of these, main pillars of conversation. No commitments on anybody, no negotiations, nothing. And some members wanted the Secretariat not to allocate rooms for that conversation. So that's where we were. And I think to some extent that's still where we are.
Yeah. Well, it does. I had the privilege of managing the budget for the Secretariat. And yes, it all comes down to money and resources and members who have different priorities about how those resources should be used. So that is definitely part of the trust problem, I think, that we see among members at the WTO. But, the point that you made about plurilateral agreements and the complexity of trying to figure out how to use the WTO as a place to do plurilaterals, that I think the hope for those negotiating plurilaterals is that they would become multilateral at some point. But in the meantime, those who are part of a coalition of the willing have the right under the WTO rules to negotiate something that includes fewer than everyone. And in some cases, there is even a free rider benefit to those who don't participate. So let me go to fish, which is one of my pet projects when I was at the WTO. This is the fisheries subsidies agreement that was entered into effect, a multilateral agreement entered into effect in September. You, during your term, during your tenure, worked very hard on this to bring members together. It took 25 years to get this agreement done. How do we now take, in terms of the next steps, to do an even deeper set of obligations that has bedeviled the WTO for a very, very long time? So I'm just using fish as an example here about trying to achieve multilateral consensus, whether it is on fish, how we address the moratorium on the collection of customs duties on electronic transmissions. That's something you had to deal with quite a lot. As Jennifer Thornton mentioned, 3 important members, including Indonesia, agreed to a permanent moratorium as part of their agreement with the US. So how now do we take these things to the next step? Or have we reached a point where we just have to acknowledge it's not possible? That's not my view, but I'd be interested in yours.
Yeah, no, I think it is possible, but it's not going to be painless and it's not going to be without attrition. Some members of the WTO will not allow plurilaterals to be part of the rules book. And I take the point that the issue of resources, or no rooms because we need the resources to be allocated efficiently, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that's not the reason. I know the reason. I talked to them. And the reason was they didn't want it to advance. It's as simple as that. The investment facilitation agreement for development. I mean, the reason is some members don't want investments in the WTO, full stop. That may change in the future, and, but that was the reason. And early on, we could not have a room to have a conversation about that. It was not because of resources, it's because they didn't want it. It's as simple as that. Now, I think at some point these plurilaterals will emerge, because we will at some point, unfortunately, be facing a situation where either we have those or the system will definitely crumble. And that's the reality. And I hate to say that, but it's approaching. That moment is approaching. And I think that we have to be realistic about this. I think being pragmatic about what we can do and what we cannot do, be realistic. I have been telling members for a long time, the system is imperfect. You may think that it's biased against you, but you're way better off with this system than without it. And I think that is showing, that is proving to be true every single day. I hope that people will come to that realization. Every single major agreement in the WTO, the subsidies agreement, anti-dumping, etc., they all came from plurilaterals. They started as plurilaterals, and then afterwards they were incorporated into the multilateral system. And they not a cut and paste approach, but adapting, adjusting, and then making sure that it would work in a multilateral setting. And that's the way I see the plurilaterals. I don't see the plurilaterals as a definitive block of countries who are entitled to that type of approach or anything like that. No, I think that is a building block, that is a stepping stone to a multilateral agreement on that particular issue.
Which is ultimately...
Yeah, because at the end of the day, 99% of the WTO agreements that don't progress, they do not progress. It's not because of the small players, who are being difficult or anything of the kind. It's the big guys. The big guys, they can't agree. They can't agree, and therefore the agreement doesn't move forward. And that, I'm telling you, 90% plus of the agreements in the WTO who don't go anywhere, they don't go anywhere because the big guys cannot agree amongst themselves. Now, if you have a plurilateral where the big guys are in and there is an agreement around that, the big step has been taken to a fully multilateral agreement that everybody will benefit from. And you will adjust to make it, truly multilateral. You will need to adjust. And I think that's a way of doing things within the system. Otherwise, those plurilaterals are going to happen outside the WTO.
Which is not a great outcome. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you very much, not only for your time here today, but for your service in so many different capacities. Your 7 years at the WTO were really successful, launching these plurilateral agreements, getting the fisheries subsidies agreement moving forward, work on reform, and also on small and medium-sized enterprises. So a tremendous legacy that you have left, and appreciate that very much.
Well, thank you. And one thing I would say, we need the U.S. to fix the system. It's not going to happen without the U.S. And the U.S. is you, frankly. So we have to be creative. We have to think outside the box. And we have to figure out what it takes to make the system work for everyone indiscriminately. So I want to encourage you to continue this conversation. I may sound a little bit pessimistic, but if you don't realize what the problem is, then you don't find a solution. So roll up your sleeves, keep working. We're relying on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Angela. Roberto, you should know WIDA is going to be there. We have been at the public forum the last 2 years. The American business community is showing up more and more, and we're committed to working with our colleagues around the world to help talk about the important ways that the WTO can help move trade forward. So thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Angela, for all your work and partnership.
Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We like to dispense with lengthy introductions here at WIDA, so I'm going to remind you that you have a card on your table with a QR code, and it has all our bios for our speakers. So I can introduce our next speaker, the Undersecretary of Commerce, William Kimmitt.
Good morning. Thank you to WIDA for the invitation to speak on the continued implementation of President Trump's agenda and to John Neuffer for hosting our upcoming discussion this morning. We meet today at a defining moment for the American economy. The world is changing rapidly, supply chains are shifting, strategic competition is intensifying. And the question before us is simple but profound. Will the United States lead the next era of industrial strength, or will we allow other nations to shape it for us? Under President Trump's America First trade agenda, the answer is clear. We will lead. America First is not a slogan, it is a strategy. It's a doctrine grounded in economic realism, national security, and the belief that the American worker, the American manufacturer, and the American innovator needs to be the central focus of our trade negotiations and policy decisions. For too long, the United States tolerated trade arrangements that hollowed out our industrial base, outsourced critical supply chains, and left us dependent on foreign competitors for essential goods, from steel and aluminum to semiconductors to pharmaceuticals. President Trump recognized these vulnerabilities years ago, made fixing them central to his campaign, and is now delivering on his commitment to restore America's economic strength. President Trump understands that economic security is national security. That is why this administration has restored the use of critical trade authorities to defend American interests. Under President Trump's 232 tariffs, the focus is straightforward: safeguarding national security by strengthening domestic production of steel, aluminum, automobiles, and other strategic goods that underpin our industrial base, defense readiness, and economic resilience. The America First trade agenda is about reindustrialization, about bringing back the capacity to make things in America again. We are already seeing historic results. Companies are announcing new investments in advanced manufacturing, in automotive production, in semiconductor fabrication, in critical minerals processing, in energy infrastructure. Global partners are committing to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in the United States, building facilities, hiring American workers, and strengthening American supply chains. This is not accidental. It is the product of a deliberate strategy. At the International Trade Administration, which I have the privilege to lead, we are aligning every tool we have: enforcement, advocacy, investment attraction, export promotion, behind a clear objective: strengthening America's industrial base, supporting American workers, and advancing long-term security. Through our enforcement and compliance teams, we ensure that trade laws are not just concepts that sound good, but instead deliver real protections for American workers and companies. Through our Advocacy Center, we are helping U.S. firms win major international contracts, from infrastructure to energy to advanced technology. I'm proud to report that under Secretary Lutnick's leadership, the Advocacy Center shattered records in 2025 with 121 signed contracts worth $244 billion, $206 billion in U.S. export content, and supporting nearly 1 million American jobs. Through Select USA, we are attracting record levels of foreign direct investment into the United States. Select USA delivered a record-breaking sum of $139 billion in foreign direct investment in 2025, the highest in its history. So whether we're helping American companies compete at home, or win contracts overseas, or attracting investment to build in the United States, the goal is the same: grow American production, support American jobs, and reinforce our long-term economic strength. This administration is pursuing targeted trade agreements that are reciprocal, fair, and enforceable. We are insisting on balanced outcomes, not abstract commitments, but measurable results. When foreign partners seek access to the U.S. market, we expect real opportunities for American exporters and American workers in return. Fair trade is trade that works for American workers. Reindustrialization also means rebuilding strategic sectors. In energy, we're expanding domestic production and supporting infrastructure that ensures America remains the world's leading energy power. In advanced manufacturing, we are strengthening semiconductor capacity, supporting next-generation technologies, and reinforcing our defense industrial base. In transportation equipment, from heavy machinery to automobiles, we are working to ensure that the United States remains a global leader, not merely a consumer. This approach has implications far beyond economics. A strong industrial base supports our military readiness. It sustains middle-class jobs. It revitalizes communities that were left behind by decades of offshoring. It restores pride in American production. Made in the USA should mean something again. It should mean quality, it should mean strength, and it should mean opportunity. Secretary Lutnick has made clear that the Commerce Department will be relentless in pursuing growth that benefits American workers. That means not only defending our markets, but opening foreign markets to our exports. American companies are the most innovative in the world. Given a level playing field, they can outcompete anyone, but competition must be fair. We believe in partnerships, but those partnerships must be grounded in mutual respect and mutual benefit. So let me close with this. The 20th century was the American century in large part because of our industrial strength. We mobilized our factories to meet moments of global consequence. We built the infrastructure of a modern economy. We built industries that transformed the world. The 21st century will be defined by the 21st century will be defined by advanced manufacturing, artificial intelligence, energy, biotechnology, and next-generation defense systems. The question is where those industries will be anchored. Under President Trump's leadership, the answer is here in the United States of America. We are not retreating from the world. We are reshaping our engagement with it. We are insisting that trade serve the national interests. We are rebuilding the capacity to produce at scale. We are restoring resilience, and we are ensuring that American workers and companies come first. This is President Trump's America First trade strategy. It is a strategy of strength, and it is a strategy that will secure America's economic and national security for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary. I'd like to welcome to the stage now John Neuffer, President and CEO of the Semiconductor Industry Association, for an armchair discussion. Thank you, John, and thank you, Mr. Undersecretary.
All right, Mr. Undersecretary, thanks so much for coming. Thanks for those inspirational remarks, aspirational remarks as well. And Ken, I just want to say, you always put on a great show, great venue, great guests, beautiful weather, fantastic speakers, and some really super moderators. Thank you, Ken. Okay, a few things I'd like to go over, touch on some of the things you mentioned here, but also some other things. And let's talk about AI to start with. As we all know, chips are the technology foundation undergirding AI. President Trump came to office saying AI, technology leadership is going to be critical for him and the administration, as well as leadership in science. AI dominance is important for all of that. So you just came back from a big AI summit in India. Just wondering if you could help us understand a little bit more about Department of Commerce's role or ITA's role in advancing this big AI action plan, which is very important to us as an industry, but a lot of folks in this room.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously this is a big priority for the president. He has his AI action plan, and I think the Department of Commerce's work on that really demonstrates the breadth of the department and what we do. We have NIST at the Department of Commerce, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, and within NIST there is something called CAISY, which I believe stands for the Center for AI Standards and Innovation, and so they're working a lot on the standards piece, public to private partnerships, and looking at regulation. We also have the Bureau of Industry and Security, led by my friend and counterpart, Jeff Kessler. They work on the export control side, and then my department, ITA, we're really working on the export promotion side. And one of the things, the president issued an EO on promoting the export of the American AI technology stack, and my office has taken the lead on shaping that program in partnership with OSTP and the Department of State. And so really just figuring out how to develop and deploy and support the export of the American AI tech stack abroad. And then on India, you mentioned, I was there last week. They had the AI Impact Summit, and it's very clear that India wants to take a leading role in AI, and they, as we see it, are a great partner in that effort. I mean, if you look at the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy, we have a lot of shared values, and so in addition to those shared democratic values, the deep talent pool within India and the digital infrastructure they already have, they're really a natural partner to work together and to help sort of build and innovate upon the U.S. tech stack.
You mentioned exporting the AI tech stack around the world and the American AI exporting program. That's something that I know that industry wants to offer support for and offer ideas for. Just as a process question, do you plan, or when do you plan, the department plan on putting out requests for proposals when it comes to that particular program?
Yeah, so the first thing we did, we really want to make sure we get this program right. And so the first thing we did was we put out a public request for information, and we got a tremendous response from industry, including John, from you all, and really that is incredibly helpful to us. We got hundreds of responses. We've been carefully considering all of those because, of course, it's a complicated topic. We have now taken that. We are putting the finishing touches, I think, on what we want the program to be. And as you mentioned, the next step is going to be a public call for proposals for what we call and what the president called in the EO. We're looking to form consortia, and so full stack industry-led consortia. And so we're setting the parameters of what those will look like, and I hope to have the public call for proposals and some announcements related to that in the next couple of weeks.
So thank you. Our Big AI initiative, it's a great idea, and great ideas are very popular, and I know this is an all-of-government program. We did take notice that the State Department has launched this concierge service. I don't know how many points are involved if you participate in that, but to expedite AI infrastructure exports, can you tell us a little bit how, and this is in the PAC Silica program, part of the PAC Silica program, how does that kind of blend with what you all at Commerce are doing in regard to exporting the AI stack?
Yeah, so in the EO, it calls for us to work with the State Department, and we've been working with Undersecretary Hellberg's team on that. And so they announced that initiative. It's not formally part of the AI export program, but as I see it, they call it a concierge service to just use government resources at the State Department to help facilitate and support companies that are interested in participating in the AI export program, or just more generally interested in pursuing AI abroad. And so I see that as a complementary or supporting program that the State Department is pursuing. But again, we're working the formal program, the AI export program, we're working with Director Kratsios and Undersecretary Hellberg in shaping that.
Got it, thanks. You mentioned in your comments that we will lead as a country the next industrial era. Obviously, trade is going to be a big part of that. U.S. trade leadership has been spelled out by the president as one of his biggest priorities. Department of Commerce is at the tip of the spear on much of this agenda. With the Supreme Court decision that's come out, be fascinated to hear your views on how all this tariff stuff is going to play forward, particularly when it comes to 232s, which is under the Department of Commerce's remit. We heard a lot from Jennifer Thornton earlier today, kind of about a broader play. Interesting. We would be interested to hear from you, kind of your perspectives on all this.
Sure. So I think it's important to recognize, and I know everyone in this room knows this, but just more broadly, that the Supreme Court decision didn't impact the 232 tariffs and the 232 program. And so the president has implemented tariffs under the 232 program. We are continuing to use that authority. We are constantly evaluating industries and sectors that may be, it may be worth pursuing a 232 investigation in those, and we will continue to do those. And right now, I think we have at least a dozen active that we have done.
We're familiar with at least one.
Yeah. And so we do, the 232 program is run out of the Bureau of Industry and Security, but with support from our team at ITA. And we do the reports, we send them to the president, we make recommendations to the president, and then he decides on the measures to take going forward. But it's an authority that we have been using already in this past year and will continue to use going forward.
So with, not trying to get you in trouble, but do you think we're going to see a significant bump up in the 232s rolling out in the coming months?
It's certainly likely that more 232s will come out, but just, you know, I think implied in your question was in some sort of relation to the Supreme Court decision. I wouldn't say it's a deliberate strategy to do that as a follow-up to that. I think, as I said, we're constantly evaluating these, and we're continuing to pursue different investigations, and we probably will have more to come. But these are sort of national security issues and not tied to the Supreme Court decision.
Great, thank you. Super helpful. For companies that are looking to get some kind of tariff relief from 232s, there's seems to be opportunities. If you manufacture more here, you can get some kind of offset. Can you give us any advice in the private sector as to how we move forward to kind of benefit from this?
Sure. I think on the 232 program, we have built in new concepts into them that are trying to incentivize domestic production. I mean, that's the whole purpose of them. We want to bring it back, but we are putting specific incentives in tied to that domestic production. So what we've done in the auto sector is if you are building in the United States, you get accrue an offset amount that you can apply to your 232 parts imports, because we want to make it easier to build in America. And so that's a concept we built into the Autos 232 program. We haven't come out with the semiconductor or pharmaceutical programs yet, but the president has been pretty public in those concepts being built in and in some of our trade deals. So for Taiwan, for example, on the semiconductor side, we negotiated ratios where if you're building in the United States, you get whatever you're building in the United States, you can import 2.5 times that amount while you're building, and then once you complete, you can still continue to build 1.5 or import 1.5 times amount. So certainly we are working in concepts that incentivize domestic production beyond just the tariffs themselves. It is a specific incentive to quickly expand that production.
Great, thank you. Another topic that's very much front and center these days, certainly for the semiconductor industry, is critical minerals. There's been a lot of bilateral and multilateral agreements struck with our government, very active in this area, and we appreciate all the work in this area. And there's been a number of investment commitments as well. It'd be super helpful if you could lay out for us your sense of what the USG's kind of overarching objectives are when it comes to critical minerals as they're related to economic and national security.
Yeah, so we need secure supply chains, of course, and really, in many ways, that starts with critical minerals and making sure we have secure access to the minerals that we need. It's a particularly challenging problem to solve because securing mineral rights somewhere in the world sounds great, but it could be 10 years before you start actually seeing the production. And then it's not just the minerals themselves, it's the mining, it's the refining, it's processing. There's so much more that goes into it. And then on top of that, the amount of infrastructure that's needed, so we need port and we need rail. And so it's a very comprehensive approach that we're taking, where we need to secure all aspects of this to ensure there are really no choke points in the supply chains. We have strong, resilient supply chains in these critical minerals that we need.
Ken's giving me the 5-minute signal over there, so just I want one more question on critical minerals. I'm not going to let you out of here without talking about the USMCA a little bit. How is our collaboration going with our allies on critical minerals? Critical minerals is by definition a global matter, and collaboration is incredibly essential if we're going to be successful in this regard. What's your assessment on how that's going?
Yeah, I think it's going very well, and we are working with partners, some of whom we have strong trade agreements with already. The President signed a critical minerals framework with Japan, and we've done so with other countries as well. So certainly as we engage with our trading partners abroad, solving this critical minerals issues for us, but also for our partners and allies is a critical issue, and of course that's at the front of all those discussions as well.
Got it, thank you. All right, just one last question on the USMCA. We heard from Jennifer a little bit earlier this morning about that. Obviously, the USMCA is very important for industry, very important for the chip industry. ITA with its massive sectoral analytical resources. Just a couple of things. What's ITA's role in all this in the review? And any sense from you on how this plays forward and what kind of the big objectives are here?
Yeah. So ITA certainly plays a leading role in the USMCA 6-year review. The process is being led by USTR, and so we are working with our great USTR colleagues on that. We've done, there have been public hearings, there's been a lot of work with the advisory committees, and we have our subject matter specialists, and it's really just looking at, the agreement. We're 6 years in, what has worked, what hasn't worked, what could be improved, and looking at that. And so that's an ongoing process, but certainly we're working with our USTR colleagues on that.
All right, Undersecretary Kimmitt, thanks so much for giving us time this morning. Great conversation. There's a lot of work ahead for you and your colleagues in the U.S. government. We're here to offer support to make your work as successful as possible. And I want to thank you once again for joining us this morning.
And thank you to WIDA, and thank you to the Semiconductor Industry Association for being such great partners.
Thank you, Undersecretary Kimmitt. Let's give him a big hand. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, Undersecretary Kimmitt. Truly appreciate your making the time to join us this morning. And for our next session, I'd like to invite up to the stage Chris Pilkerton and Laura Black. Chris is the Assistant Secretary for Investment Security at the U.S. Department of Treasury, and Laura is a partner at White & Case and a former Director of Policy and International Relations in the Office of Investment Security. One of the sub-themes, or almost, I guess I would say, explicit themes of our conference has been discussing key themes in the NSS, the National Security Strategy, which links national security and economic security. And your office is at the front and center in that conversation, and delighted to have you join us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Ken and WIDA, for putting on a great conference, and thank you, Chris, for joining. And congratulations on your relatively recent appointment, confirmation, as Assistant Secretary for Investment Security at Treasury. So before we dig into some of the details, for people in the audience who may not be so familiar with CFIUS and your role, could you give just a brief overview?
Absolutely, Laura. Thank you for being here, and thank you to the folks at WIDA for having me. So I know a lot of the folks in this room are very familiar with CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. I had the chance to speak this weekend at the National Association of Counties event with a lot of county executives talking about the role that they play in this national security process. And so in that conversation, certainly we're talking about a lot of the fundamentals. But as everyone knows, CFIUS really is a critical national security component to foreign investment and to the process that we all engage in our professional lives. CFIUS right now is seeing a tremendous amount of activity with a lot of the funds that are coming into the country, trade deals, things of that nature. And at its core, CFIUS is a national security function, and that will always remain the North Star. And I think what we're seeing as well is the opportunity to engage in outbound. And that is the other piece of the office that I oversee. So there's the CFIUS side of the house, and there's the outbound side of the house, which we see as the Global Business Transactions Office. That area has been developing over the course of the last year and a half. As folks know, that was put in place via executive order. And now we have the COINS legislation that was part of the NDAA. So we're beginning the process to look at regulation writing and what have you. But I think when you go back to sort of the CFIUS side of the house, there's been a real focus on foreign direct investment in this administration. Obviously, the president put out the executive order on the America First investment policy. So it's our job to implement that, to do it in a way where we're providing a level of certainty to industry with the national security lens.
So continuing on that, as you mentioned, it's been about a year since the America First investment policy came out, which essentially directed CFIUS to take a tough approach on Chinese investment in certain critical sectors like technology, while at the same time facilitating investment from allied countries. So as you mentioned with CFIUS, national security is the top priority, but CFIUS and Treasury also try to maintain an open investment environment. Are there any early lessons or actions from the America First investment policy you could talk about, for example, the Fast Track pilot program?
Sure. So I think sort of taking a step back, the actual language within the America First investment policy, really if you had to kind of paraphrase it, it would be that America is open for business. And we are. And quite honestly, as I was alluding to before, if you're going to be open for business, you need to be able to engage with the customer, engage with the parties. And that's one of the things that when I first spoke to Secretary Besson about taking on this role, recognizing that national security was going to be the North Star, he indicated that he wanted me to work in these areas of, call it customer service, right? Give a sense of the parties, this is what's happening. Now, look, there's always going to be components of the CFIUS process because of the national security that need to remain confidential. But the ability to engage with parties is really important. And so one of the things that we're doing, both on the CFIUS side as well on the outbound side, which really is part of the America First investment policy, is engage forums like this, but certainly have folks come into the office, have conversations about what they're thinking about, how they actually want to structure these deals, and think about the potential for mitigation around those. Mitigation is, at a certain level, is always going to be part of the CFIUS process, but the extent that we can have folks coming in the door with ideas, discussion points that we can actually speak about is really critical. And you mentioned known investor. Known investor is getting a lot of interest, which is fantastic. In fact, we have a request for information that's out to the folks, out to the public, and I know a lot of people have probably taken a look at that. We really encourage feedback on this, and I think we're looking to get that by March 18th. So we've started the process right now in a pilot. We've gotten a number of pilot participants, have gotten some good lessons so far from kind of the information that we're getting from folks. Hopefully looking to do regs later this year with the idea of the full program going live in the beginning of next year. And I think, we're learning a lot. So for example, the two pieces of CFIUS are the parties and the transaction. And this will allow us to make tremendous strides, I think, on the party part of the process. The transaction part of the process, we're looking at that as well for, potential known investor sort of 2.0. Because I think, once again, the more certainty, the more understanding, the more information that industry is dealing with, then I think the better process it will be for these deals to come to fruition.
Yeah, and that kind of engagement is certainly welcome and appreciated. And perhaps a signal of your priorities, this request for information, I think, is one of your first actions. It's an open comment period, if anyone would still like to comment. Along those lines, what are your other priorities?
You know, I think a lot of the priorities that things I've talked about are sort of included in the priorities, but I think the level of engagement is something that's really important. You know, I tell folks kind of anecdotally, in my past I worked at the Securities and Exchange Commission, and I'm sure many of you have had experiences with them, and I also worked at the Small Business Administration. When you go to the SEC, typically, you know, when you have a question about a transaction, you go with counsel, and it's a very formal process, as it should be. And when you go to the SBA and you ask for a loan or want to get information, they will help you with your paperwork. They'll come over and cook you dinner and put your kids to bed. They're very, very engaged as an agency. And I'm not saying CFIUS will ever necessarily be like that, but I do think we need to be able to engage with businesses, engage with investors, engage with funds that are very interested in being part of this economy. And this goes back to my SBA days, because it's not just about, look, if you get the investment in the country, that company's able to run, which is obviously critical to that, but all the downstream effects, right? All the jobs associated with that, all the local economic development associated with that. In fact, we're also looking at developing sort of a strategic vendor program, a domestic vendor program, to help support some of these CFIUS companies as well. So I think my philosophy as I look at CFIUS, once again, with national security being the North Star, looking at opportunities to demonstrate to the country that there really is a powerful impact of foreign investment. America will always be the #1 place for foreign investment, and also to be able to give those industries and those investors that level of certainty.
And there are obviously a number of trade professionals in the room. How do other trade policies and geopolitical considerations factor into CFIUS's review, if at all?
Sure. So once again, our statutory requirement and our focus is always the national security positioning. But certainly at CFIUS, we don't live in a vacuum, so we have to recognize and understand that our engagement with the intelligence community and law enforcement certainly informs some of the decisions and the risk assessments that we make. But I think when you're looking at the international environment, that opens up a lot of exciting doors for us within our program. So we spend a lot of time engaging with a whole host of countries, as you know from your experience, Laura, working on them with their investment screening. And that's incredibly important as well, because we want to ensure that some of the best practices that we've been able to implement are also utilized by other countries. Because frankly, it helps our national security, because if there is someone who's an adversary that's trying to take advantage of our system, if there's a lesser vector that they're coming through from program integrity, you know, that can present issues within our program itself. So that level of engagement is important. I think the other thing too that we're trying to do, and this is another priority that I have, is a lot of investment that we're seeing is, as you know, we probably always have seen, is cutting edge technology. So whether it's in quantum computing or biotech or AI or other areas, we are trying to stay ahead of the curve and to be able to look around corners. We have a tremendous research team at CFIUS. One of my goals is to double the size of that team, to be able to really focus on some of this engagement, and also to, once again, engage with industry, engage with universities to see what they're seeing as well. And I think that will make the process, hopefully, more seamless and more efficient. Let me just give you an example. So if you go to know an investor, and we have a pretty good sense of one of the investing parties, and they're looking to engage in, say, an artificial intelligence transaction, they may not be investing in the entire stack of AI, it just may be a piece of it. So if we can help companies with technology protocols and things like that, we're hopeful that they'll be able to get answers more quickly, but also, like I said, with more certainty.
And then following up on that a bit, so CFIUS, for every transaction, it looks at the particular threat from the foreign acquirer and the particular vulnerability of the U.S. business. So understanding it's a case-by-case review, could you talk a little bit more about some of the trends with respect to national security risks or areas of focus? For example, you mentioned AI. And if you look at companies' websites, many of them tout AI development, but when you pull the strings, there's a lot of difference in terms of the ability. But how does CFIUS consider what AI might pose the most risk? There's been discussion around critical minerals and supply chains for that. Could you just elaborate a bit on some of the risks in particular you've been focused on?
Sure. So at a high level, there's sort of two periods that we look at from a statutory perspective. There's the review period and the investigation period that I'm sure many of you have been a part of. We have seen at about a 70% clearance rate during review, and over the last few years, about a 90% clearance rate. So just for a little bit of data around that. But when we look at transactions coming in, particularly around things like AI or different technological components, we are looking at, obviously, the party risk, right? Who is this group, what have you, the country risk, but then also what are potential issues associated with tech transfer? How could this be utilized in any sort of espionage situation or scenario similar to that? And so I think we've had a lot of success working directly with parties. The other beauty of this organization, for those that don't know, is it truly is a committee. It's made up of 9 members of the cabinet and their agencies, as well as some other observing members. So we have essentially the entirety subject matter expertise of the government at our disposal. And so when I said we have a team inside of CFIUS, that's a handful of folks, but they work across the different agencies. In fact, we were meeting with the Department of Energy yesterday, looking at some of the key areas that they're focused on. And so we have different templates, different approaches that we look at. But you raised the point that every case is different one way or the other, and it's reviewed on a case-by-case basis. So I think like going back to some of the risks, the tech transfer risk, the data risk is always a big issue. We're seeing a lot of that in the biotech space as well. And so we've engaged different agencies in different ways. So for example, Secretary Bessent and Secretary Rollins from USDA signed an MOU just last year. And we've been leaning into that very aggressively because, as Secretary Rollins always says, food security is national security. In fact, when I said that during my confirmation hearing, one of the senators actually said, amen. So I thought I was going to do okay on that vote. But I say that because it's very important, because it's not just about the food. It's about all the ingredients that go into the food. It's about the agriculture space as well, and the real estate space. And that's another area that we focus on very closely, as you know, with proximity to critical infrastructure and to military bases as well. So once again, it really sort of depends on the transaction. But I think as long as I have the opportunity to lead this organization on the technology side, staying ahead of those risks is not just going to be important for national security, but important for the certainty of the parties who are going through it.
Thank you. And then continuing on the technology point, you mentioned at the beginning the outbound investment program, which has been in effect a little over a year. It was set up by executive order, Treasury issued regulations. It's now been memorialized in the NDAA with a few changes, but maybe before talking about the changes, could you talk a little bit about early implementation of the program and lessons learned for people who aren't familiar, and this is a real simplification. Essentially, U.S. persons are prohibited from or required to notify Treasury of certain investments in China or a Chinese company in 3 high-tech sectors: semiconductors and microelectronics, AI, and quantum computing.
Yeah, so this is a real question of context when you have CFIUS versus outbound. So this year we're celebrating CFIUS's 50th year. Outbound, we're celebrating, year 1.5, right? So the maturity of these programs develop over time. And I think when you look at outbound in its current state, what we've been able to do is, based on the executive order, is put out some regulations and really engage with parties. So people ask, how many actual outbound submissions have you seen? And that can be a little confusing based on, or sort of unclear with respect to what we're doing in the outbound space, because we have a lot of engagement with the community. folks will come in from very large companies and say, look, we don't think this transaction is covered. It may be covered, but we really want to have a conversation with you about it. And we're encouraging that kind of outreach because, quite honestly, we say this on the CFIUS side all the time. If we have the ability to actually have a conversation before a transaction has closed, it makes it so much easier to mitigate it. In some circumstances, as you've probably seen in the press, we've had a variety of cases that the president has blocked, and those are cases that have already been closed, so we have to figure out a way to divest that. So that purpose of engagement early on, I think, serves everyone sort of across the board. On the outbound space, so Laura referenced the COINS Act that was part of NDA towards the end of last year. There are a couple of new technologies that are part of that. The new technologies include supercomputing and hypersonics, and it also gives the Secretary the ability to add additional technology sectors to that in covered areas. There's a few other countries that are focused in that legislation. So before, it was just China, the countries of North Korea, Iran, a couple of other ones are in that space as well. And I think what we're going to try to do with these regs as well is there'll be a lot of public comment, as you mentioned. And not only have we had, a year and a half to sort of go through this, but industry and the community and the public has as well. So I think, once again, it's the difference between a 50-year program and an 18-month or 2-year program. So we're really hopeful to be able to engage with the community on that and have that reflected in the regulations.
I think the NDA gives you 400 and some days to implement it, so I guess we should expect notice of proposed rulemaking later this year and probably the regulations next year.
Yeah, our goal is to try to get it out by the beginning of 2027. I'm a lawyer, and I know there's a number of lawyers in the room, so when I say beginning, I'm going to give myself Q1 on that. But we're going to try to do it as soon as possible because I know folks will want certainty. But frankly, just for those of you that are keeping track, the current regime will remain in place until those are finalized.
And along the lines of engaging with the business community and coming in early, do you have practical advice beyond that for people who are making filings either with CFIUS or under the new OIP?
So, CFIUS oftentimes is a circumstance of last resort. We are constantly trying to see if there are other authorities that our member agencies have in their areas to be able to oversee and mitigate some of these transactions. So whether it's through export controls or FOCI or other areas. So I think having a sense and being able to share that information in your filing up front, I think is really important. As practitioners, if you think that there's a really good chance that this is going to go to mitigation, obviously citing, if the committee is leaning towards mitigation, these are things that, our client would be interested in doing. So really trying to be somewhat of a partner in this process. And I know that that takes probably some expertise or background in the CFIUS process. There's some fantastic attorneys out there that obviously have experience in this space and can sort of help with that process. So we encourage that because quite honestly, when you think about it, the submission comes in. We have someone usually on our Treasury team that's doing the initial review and analysis, and then we bring in co-leads from some of the other agencies. So there's a lot of eyes on this, there's a lot of expertise on this, and so the earlier on in the process that we can thinking about, how to potentially get a deal done, I think that's better for everyone. At the end of the day, I want to be clear, not everyone is going to like the answer that they get. 90% of these go through, but there is a 10% as well. And once again, that goes back to the idea of our national security North Star that we're required to do.
Yeah, and having been both within CFIUS and on the outside, I agree that it's generally better to be forthcoming, cooperative, build up some trust with the committee. On the other hand, there are times where people don't file voluntarily, whether it's mandatory, they just decide not to file. There are times when CFIUS brings in a transaction post-closing. Just within the last couple of weeks, there was the first DOJ enforcement action of a divestment order. Could you talk about some of your priorities within the enforcement context as well?
Sure. So I think you just touched on non-notified. We can't secure national security for transactions that we don't know about. And we have a tremendous group of professionals across the agency, as well as partners across the government. We work very closely with the intelligence community and with law enforcement. But as I was saying before, if a transaction closes and we find out about it later, and we've got a team that's focused on that, then it just makes it that much more difficult to be in a position to be able to figure out how to mitigate that, and potentially it could go to divestment. So really encourage folks to come in early, to have this conversation. But there's a flip side of that too. I was speaking to someone the other day, and they were saying that they were talking to a CEO that's decided, look, I'd rather not try a transaction. I'm just not going to sort of get into that space. And I certainly appreciate and understand why someone wouldn't want to proceed with a transaction given their concerns over CFIUS, just the amount of the process, the time, reputational risk, all those kinds of things. But I think it's important that if you're on the line, right, if you're talking to your counsel and they're saying, we're not sure, or it could go either way, come talk to us, because we want to be able to have that conversation. There's a big focus in the administration on non-notified. We'll be looking at those across the board, and as you point out, there have been a few that have come through. We currently have CFIUS's first enforcement case going on with DOJ right now from a presidential order where the company hasn't divested. That's important. I think that does send a signal that obviously when the president makes a determination, we will proceed to enforcement on that. But like I was saying before, the idea here is to really engage with parties, because at the end of the day, personally, I have seen the benefit of foreign investment and what it does for jobs, what it does for economic development, and what it does for communities.
And then turning back, earlier you mentioned international engagement, which is near and dear to my heart when I was at CFIUS. So when I was there, CFIUS was working with dozens of countries to varying degrees. Some of it was providing some technical advice for countries that were just setting up their own mechanisms. In some cases, it was sharing information on risks. Could you also talk about priorities there and what you're thinking about in terms of engagement for this year with foreign governments?
Yeah, so, and I think the last speaker, William Kimmitt, and his experience at USTR and at Commerce was talking about some of the trade agreements. And the trade agreements now, investment screening has been a component of a lot of them. And so I've had conversations with Jennifer Thornton as well and others about how our team can and will engage in that process. And it's very serious and it's very important. I have conversations with my counterparts in various countries very frequently. And we want to make sure that we're sort of staying ahead of the risks and sharing best practices. So as I mentioned before, if we don't have the appropriate investment screening in a certain country, then that can present a national security vector or issue that we can be taken advantage of. But it's not one size fits all. Different countries are set up differently politically, and so we have to account for the kinds of foreign investment that they're seeing, as well as kind of the trade relationship. So it's not sort of a cookie cutter process, but when we say America is open for business, it's important to have those relationships all across the world.
And does that engagement now extend to the outbound investment program, which is probably a little bit harder in terms of engagement? Because, for example, with the inward investment review, when we started out, a number of European countries already had some mechanisms, so they weren't starting from scratch. But this is somewhat novel.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's a couple of countries that have versions of it, or lighter versions of it. And so we've engaged with them, once again, to kind of get best practices from them. But we'll be traveling in the next few weeks and really having conversations about how we can engage on that. So like I said before, this is newer to the United States. But I think, once again, the ability to have a regime that accounts for all of these areas is going to be incredibly important. And over time, it will mature, but that goes back to the idea of public feedback as well. So we're really looking forward to folks to give us comments, once again, on the known investor program, but also outbound as those regs and the notice and comment rolls out.
And I'm assuming the feedback would also extend to U.S. investors that are making investments abroad and perhaps encountering some impediments in other jurisdictions. I suppose that's also the kind of information you could share.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think, when you go back to kind of the rationale behind outbound in the first place, it's not just about the money. It's also about the expertise, the talent, the relationship that these investors could actually bring to a company. So America certainly doesn't want to be in a position to compete against itself in these areas that are focused on national security, military issues, application, dual usage, those kinds of things. But we certainly want to ensure that we are being very mindful of national security while retaining, the capitalist economy that we've been built on and created around the world.
Okay. Well, I'm being told we have a couple minutes left. Maybe, is there something that surprised you or something that may not be obvious to the audience, and now that you've been on the inside, maybe of interest?
Yeah, I will say that, CFIUS is I think a bespoke area that it's certainly not something that's new or unique to anyone in this room. But the level of talent, commitment, of the staff across Treasury and all of the interagency really is fantastic. And I say that as someone who's had the chance to work in a number of government agencies. But I really feel very strongly that the importance of this program, and Laura, you can probably speak to this too, given the fact that you were there, is really met by folks that understand the mission of CFIUS, but also understand the position of industry. So as someone that leads the program now, I feel very comfortable inviting folks to engage with our staff because they understand the circumstances that you're in. They understand their job. And if they are able to assist you in that process that we were talking about before, they're going to try to because they understand the mission of foreign investment and the impact of foreign investment. So I've said that a few times today, but I really, really do encourage folks to be able to engage and not hit submit on a filing, without the opportunity to speak to someone.
Just one final question, and you touched on this earlier. CFIUS is obviously a committee structure, and you draw on expertise across the interagency. Could you talk a little bit about how you may draw on, for example, commerce, export control, or DoD functions, how the committee works together?
Yeah. So, some of our most active partners you just hit on, the Department of War folks are engaged in a lot of our transactions, as you might imagine, with a national security sort of focus. We want to make sure that from a defense and military perspective, we have as much engagement as possible. Certainly on things like proximity issues, that's probably a little more clear with respect to impact of military installations and critical infrastructure. But there are also components of different types of transactions that potentially could have, once again, a dual use impact in the military side. So there are foci mitigation that they have across the board that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. On the export control side, that's another area that is very critical for us. Our partners at Commerce have been very helpful in that part of the process. The other piece that I think is also notable about those two agencies in particular is their expertise in technology. And I know that's a particular area of interest for a lot of the things that we're seeing, particularly in the supercomputing and quantum space. And so we rely a lot on their expertise to help enhance what we have sort of inside our building as well.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us and particularly for your openness to engaging with the public and public feedback. I'm sure I and other people in the room will be taking you up on that. Great. So thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Chris. Thank you, Laura. Really informative session. Truly grateful to you guys, to everyone from the administration who joined us this morning. We're not having a formal break, but we are going to have to change over the stage. So we are going to take about 5 minutes here. If folks need to use the restroom, now's a good time before our panel. But don't go far because we are going to start up as soon as everybody's mic'd up and the chairs are set. Thank you.
We just need to move the tables in the middle. How much of a curvature should there be?
This should be curved a little bit to the left. We're going to move this first.
Okay. How?
Seems good. It's on, so turn it off.
If folks can please take their seats, we're going to get started in just a moment. Just take it out. Don't worry about turning it off. Just take it out. Just take it out. Just take it out. Folks can please take their seats. What are you going up and what you just I'll introduce you. Thank you all for being here this morning. Really delighted to welcome our next panel to the stage. It's a conversation I've been having with my good friend Kelly Myman-Hawk for a while. We wanted to have this conversation. We were talking, as I've mentioned, about the national security strategy and how it's sort of been a theme of this conference. And the White House's renewed or new focus on the Western Hemisphere has been front and center in that conversation. And I've been talking with Kelly about this and delighted for her to be here and to work with us to pull this panel together. Kelly is an adjunct professor at Georgetown University, a board member of the Inter-American Dialogue, and a former director of Brazil and the Southern Cone at USTR. Diego Marican Bitar is a fellow of the Americas Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Ambassador Mariana Pacheco is an external consultant at Arajo Ibarra and a former ambassador of Colombia to India and a former deputy chief of mission at the Embassy of Colombia in the United States. Kellyanne Shaw is a partner at Aiken, former deputy assistant to the president for international economic affairs and deputy director of the National Economic Council in Trump 1. And Ricardo Zuniga is a founding partner at Dinamica Americas, excuse me, former principal deputy assistant secretary and special envoy for the Northern Triangle in the Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs at the U.S. Department of State. Thank you all very much for joining us. Kelly, take it away.
Ken, thank you so much. Thanks for everything you do for us in the trade community and for this platform and for doing an entire panel on Latin America. Who would have thought? This is kind of the collision of my two nerd worlds, Latin America and trade. Covering the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine and its impact on hemispheric trade, I think, is quite timely. I know I was in the room, maybe others on the panel were as well, in November of 2013, when Secretary Kerry declared in a speech at the Organization of American States that the Monroe Doctrine was dead. And all of us thought that we might be turning the page on an era where I think it's fair to say that Latin America suffered from kind of a combo of, in some cases, benign neglect, in some cases, well-intentioned policies like the Summit of the Americas or the Free Trade Area of the Americas, and in other cases, less benign interventionism, right? And so what we see with this reboot, really less of the Monroe Doctrine, and more of the Roosevelt corollary of the Monroe Doctrine, which, back about 100 years ago, that was a more kind of interventionist version, if you will, of the Monroe Doctrine. I don't have to say that with a Colombian on the panel, 1903, when we supported Panamanian independence to build the canal. That's really kind of this new era that we are living in. And the new national security strategy, still relatively new from November, which really first delineated this. I think for those of us that work on Latin America, we're used to kind of being a bit of an afterthought. So to see the Western Hemisphere on page 5 and China not mentioned till page 19 was a little weird. And so I think a lot of us were trying to figure out what does that mean and how is this going to impact the issues that we work on, not just in the national security realm, but also in the trade realm. So no person better, Kellyanne, than you, who worked in the first Trump White House, to help us to decipher some of this. I mean, what does it mean writ large? How do you see this new policy and this new prioritization of the hemisphere manifesting itself? Feel free to comment on writ large, but certainly with respect to the trade agenda and how we are kind of melding these worlds of national security and economic security. Monica DeBoll, the economist at the Peterson Institute from Brazil, recently wrote a piece saying it's all about China. Is it?
So great questions. And first of all, thank you to you for moderating this panel and to my fellow panelists and to Wida. It's always a pleasure to serve on a panel with another Kelly. So look, I think this is very interesting. And when the national security strategy came out, of course, the headline was about the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine being the headline, and hardly any mention of China at all, in stark contrast to other iterations of national security strategies we've seen, including under Trump's first administration, where some of the language used was quite different. But to your point about some observations about sort of like reading below the top line and what's actually happening, I actually think a good chunk of this national security strategy and the Monroe Doctrine in particular are focused on China. And while the word China does not appear, if you read the substance of all of the paragraphs and subparagraphs that outline the strategic building blocks of what the administration is trying to accomplish in terms of keeping adversaries out of the Western Hem, right? That's code for China. In terms of even some of the economic security provisions of that. So this is mostly about peace through strength. It's about balance and fairness in terms of the U.S. national security approach. But when it comes to economic integration in the Western Hemisphere, you have the building blocks of fairness and reciprocity, which are part of these negotiated art deals. You also have access to strategic minerals and to strategic supply chains. That is, of course, coded China and other potential adversaries, making sure that we are dependent where we have these really important supply chains. There are things that have been negotiated into these deals with Latin American countries that address things like export controls, investment restrictions, and other types of economic security issues that are, again, very clearly directed at trying to keep Chinese influence out of the market. And the piece we haven't seen come yet in any of these art deals, but most assuredly will be at some point, are changes to rules of origin. And because we're a trade crowd and we go in the weeds on this, like that is about keeping Chinese content out of these supply chains and making sure that Chinese content isn't benefiting from the preferences that we're giving some of our closest hemispheric trading partners. And so I very much see that as the direction of travel. And one example I'll sort of leave you with is the 4 Latin American deals that were negotiated had special provisions on textiles. And it provided this concept of destacking. So under our tariff rates, textiles are subject to some of the highest, most favored nation rates. Some of them go up to 20% and higher. So you have whatever the previous reciprocal rate, now 122 rate is, plus you have MFN on top of that. So you're talking about some very, very high tariff rates. What the Trump administration negotiated with a number of Latin American partners was this destacking, meaning they're trying to encourage the textile supply chain to not be as integrated in Southeast Asia and instead to relocate to South and Latin America. And so I see U.S. trade policy evolving in a way that supports the national security objectives outlined in this national security strategy and very much being part and parcel and tied to this Trump corollary of this Monroe Doctrine revive.
I'm really glad that you raised the economic and national security components of the arts, because I know that's something I've been kind of obsessed with, to see the variations between what Guatemala committed to and El Salvador and Argentina, and we'll see what Ecuador commits to. I'm wondering how you think those components might play themselves out, for example, in the USMCA, because obviously it's been an effort, going back, even the Biden administration, trying to get our tariff levels with some of our trading partners when it comes to third-party actors, read also China, trying to get them more equalized. I mean, not to say we'd have a common external tariff or anything of that nature, but at least to have a bit more of a common front when it comes to imports from China. How do you see that playing out? Will there be reverberation beyond the arts into other discussions?
Yeah, I mean, certainly USMCA is going to be a prime example of how far the administration is going to take its economic pillar of the Monroe Doctrine. And part of that is as you raised, there is a concern that Chinese content and Chinese companies are benefiting from current USMCA rules because of the rules of origin, which basically say you only have to account for that last phase of substantial transformation, even if everything else in that supply chain is from China. So they are almost certainly going to try to address that challenge in certain key sectors. I think that if we weren't in a détente with China, if we weren't in this one-year pause, you'd actually see the administration pursuing this much more aggressively. But they are going to have to balance some tension here of wanting to, again, create this, as you said, not quite a customs union with Canada and Mexico, but a more robust economic relationship where we're adopting similar external tariffs and external policies, and we're lowering barriers to trade within each other's economy, with not wanting to totally throw the relationship with China off a cliff right now while we are still dependent on China for critical minerals, rare earths, rare earth magnets. So this is a little bit of a dance at the moment. But that said, Canada and Mexico are the U.S.'s two closest trading partners by volume. And for that reason, I do think that you're probably going to have the two most willing trading partners to engage in this exercise with the United States. I think that more ambitiously, Latin America would follow, South America would follow, but this is going to be a bit of a work in progress until we get other countries comfortable with taking on the same challenges of excess capacity, overcapacity, and distorted trade that has caused the United States to implement some of these tariffs with respect to China in the first place.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say everyone's worried about Chinese overcapacity, right? Everyone. And I think especially given our trade actions against China, I mean, that stuff is going somewhere. And if it's not going here, Ricardo, sometimes it's going elsewhere in Latin America. And want to get your perspective on Latin America, writ large, and the China challenge, and also specifically to the commitments that have been made in the trade agreements thus far vis-a-vis China. Those obligations are going to be tough, right? Because if we're looking at the countries in Latin America, both that have agreements already or have frameworks or at least are talking to the administration, they're all kind of between two superpowers right now, right? And trying to dance that dance. How hard will that be for them? What are the dynamics that you see at play? And how many of those dynamics, or if any, might alter in light of Friday's Supreme Court determination?
Thanks very much, Kelly. So a few pieces. I think Kelly laid out very well what the kind of the general perspective that is well understood in the Americas. And the closer you are to the United States, I think you want to put these in three categories. There's Mexico, there's North America, there's Central America and the Caribbean, and there's South America. And they all bring very different perspectives to this particular issue, because their exposure to the U.S. market is different in each case, and where they make their money is different. So politics matter right now in the Americas, and there's certainly a shift to the right and more governments that are aligned with the Trump administration and want to be seen that way, but the trade won't necessarily follow. And your question is, how hard is it going to be to implement, for example, in the case of the Guatemala agreement, what was a significant, and I thought, very interesting expansion of our export controls to another market, which I think it's a good experiment to see if that, how that plays out. But in the short term, very low capacity to actually enforce that kind of control on the part of bureaucracies that are simply unaccustomed to it. They're not unused to the United States putting pressure on China. I can tell you in the first Trump administration and the Biden administration and this administration, these are economies and governments that have been hearing from the United States about the need that they want to compete more effectively with China, but part of that also means working in greater concert and understanding how China is distorting the global economy. That message is understood. Like you said, there are many who would welcome an opportunity to deal with Chinese overcapacity. But right now, I think it's very early days, and they're dealing with disruption more than they are looking at advantages that they can garner from these arrangements. The IEEPA decision, I think that countries were had become accustomed to the notion that they were going to negotiate agreements where there was essentially access to the U.S. market built on top of an existing FTA or built on top of an existing trade agreement, new restrictions and new tariffs that hadn't existed before but that they could deal with, where they would have a comparative advantage to Asia, for instance. With the IEEPA decision, I think that many of them are kind of reevaluating how they're going to accomplish this and what kinds of challenges they're going to face in terms of access. I will say the Section 122 decision, the cutout for textiles from under the CAFTA terms was very significant because
And keeping the USMCA
Thank you.
out, yeah.
That's right, and exactly the same thing. And so what you're seeing is that I think I'll just end this portion this way. In a world where they see this level of disruption, they're all angling for relative access, relative advantages compared to their neighbors, their immediate neighbors. So had the Section 122 provision that came out had a 15% tariff global tariff instead of 10%, that would have been a tremendous advantage for some of the Central American countries that would have been less affected in one of their primary exports in textiles. But they're all, these are not unsophisticated governments. They're just trying to find a clear path that they can negotiate. They are very willing for the most part. Again, as you move towards South America, there's less and less and less willingness, the greater their exports are to China, to cooperate with us in terms of the relationship with China. You can have, and I'll just give this example, the president of Chile, very much aligned with President Trump's agenda, no question about that. He has no intention of disrupting Chile's very valuable exports of primarily copper and other critical minerals to China because his private sector won't go along with that. And that's the other factor.
Transition coming up too. I mean, so we'll remain committed to the agreements is the bottom line I'm hearing, and maybe hoping that the president's tweet on Saturday comes true so they have a bit more comparative advantage. You mentioned that a number of the countries in the region are aligned with the president. We have had a shift towards the right in Latin America in recent years. If I'm not wrong, there's a summit coming up March 7th in Florida. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? Who's invited? What's it about? What are the goals? And how will it link, if at all, to some of what the president's trying to do in his preparations for his China trip?
Well, it's great timing for this event because it's all about hemispheric security. And when you hear hemispheric security, that means China. It can also mean counter-narcotics. It can also mean migration. But in the case of these invitees, it's really about China. And it is the most sort of ideologically aligned leaders, but not all of them. There are a couple who are going to be missing, and I think that's important. But you're going to have the leaders of Paraguay, the leader of Bolivia, President of El Salvador, President Bukele of El Salvador. You're going to have President Milei, brings enormous star power. President of Paraguay, Santi Peña, who also is very close to this administration. But you're not going to have Colombia. Well, that's
no, hay que decirlo.
That one we knew.
That one we know.
But Dominican Republic is not going to be there. And that's an interesting one because the Dominican Republic has been a very successful trading partner with the United States, one of the most successful CAFTA members. But there are some challenges.
And not Chile because of the transition, because
Chile.
their inaugural is the 11th.
Exactly.
Correct? Yeah.
Exactly. And again, Costa's a very independent character as well, and he will mark that independence.
I thought it was interesting that Costa in the Panama and the CAF meetings met with President Lula. I mean, you see an ideological flexibility, I think, that at least if I were a leader from Latin America, I would seek to model with some of the governments that are, just kind of talking to who will talk to them.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, and with the exception of Paraguay, smack in the middle of South America, the farther south you go, the less, I think they feel absolutely beholden to the United States. The case of Argentina is different because of how important the United States has been in stabilizing the currency. But that's an exception. And yet, 4 of the participants have perfectly constructive relationships with China that are not going to be put on the table in this meeting.
I've read Milei is going to China.
Yes.
So
again, there is, look, what I know from talking to friends in those governments and friends in the US government is that they're not going to put, there is nuance in the administration's and President Trump's approach on this, and they're not going to force everyone to the wall. That's why there's a difference between the provisions in the ART for El Salvador versus the one for Guatemala. Guatemala doesn't have a relationship with China, much more stringent requirements. El Salvador does have a relationship with China. They negotiated more flexible terms with the agreement of this USTR and this White House. So it's not one size fits all. I do want to make one important point. In smaller, even in smaller economies, even in smaller trading relationships, for those who are participating here, what we've heard in the negotiation of the arts is that USTR is very open to ideas from the private sector, very open to ideas that are aligned with the general security direction. And so even in a smaller market, the idea of putting a provision like the one that exists in Guatemala for tighter export controls, alignment on export controls, not just promises to work together, but actual alignment, that's the kind of thing that you can potentially try to get into the text of an agreement. So there is opportunity in this kind of new movement. There's less certainty, but also potentially more space for new ideas.
I'm going to come back to that because I want us to discuss more as a panel where, in what sectors those opportunities might lie, but we have to move to North America, Diego. I think that it's fair to say that there is no country in the hemisphere who has had this national security, economic security conversation entwined more than with Mexico. Migration, drugs, security, threats, although I see my friend David Patterson, he might quibble with me. But I think Mexico is in a very unique situation there. And I think that a lot of us have looked at the way that President Sheinbaum has navigated that challenge. At least I'll speak for myself personally with a bit of admiration because it's not been easy, right? I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about that US-Mexico dynamic. What are the key components at play? And just, how do you see that discussion going forward within the context of the USMCA review, of course, but more broadly, please.
Of course. I think President Sheinbaum, I agree with you, has done a tremendous job in managing continuous pressure and threats from the White House. And she's done that successfully so far, but I think the margin of error is very, very, very thin. And the stability of that progress, of Mexico making progress, is very fragile. Things can deteriorate very quickly, as we saw on Sunday with the events involving the killing of El Mencho, the leader of Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación. I want to make 3 quick points here. Number one is that the bilateral relationship between the US and Mexico has been completely decompartmentalized. What does that mean? As you said, we no longer operate in different silos. The trade silo is completely intertwined with immigration, with security, with the environment, with energy, with water management. Security cooperation is no longer a separate track. It has become a gatekeeper for economic certainty in Mexico. If there's no security cooperation, there's not going to be economic certainty in Mexico. It is no longer for Mexico to demonstrate goodwill and to share intelligence with the US. Washington wants durable and measurable results. And failing to make progress on security allows frustrations to bleed into trade negotiations. So that's number one. Number two, there's been a complete 180-degree shift in cooperation between Mexico and the US since the end of the López Obrador administration. President Sheinbaum has, obviously, her government has engaged in record-level fentanyl and cocaine seizures. There's been a record-level number of border encounters. Over 100 alleged criminals have been transferred to the US to face justice, as long as Mexico keeps a preferential trade position. There's been a sharp increase in intelligence sharing between Mexican and US agencies, and there's, importantly enough, and we saw that over the weekend, there's been action against officials with cartel ties, as we saw with the mayor of Tequila, Jalisco, but they've also engaged in the targeting of cartel leadership, as, again, Mencho is a good example. Together, these mark a dramatic shift in US-Mexico security cooperation. But I think that the main point here is, for Washington, those things are viewed as necessary. They're not crucial. They're not going to change the tone of the conversation with Mexico. And this helps explain why, despite being more accommodating to US demands, or as USTR James Ungree would argue, more pragmatic for example, vis-a-vis Canada, Mexico's trade-weighted average exposure is roughly the same as Canada's. That is, despite unprecedented cooperation and visible enforcement gains, the Trump administration does not yet believe that Mexico is pulling its weight on security. And because the relationship is no longer compartmentalized, progress on USMCA extension now hinges directly on security and other outcomes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Diego, but one of the keys, at least as I've been an observer from the outside to President Sheinbaum's success in this regard, is that she was elected in part because Mexicans wanted better security, right? I mean, that was part of her brand and part of her, so it strikes me that she's been able to, from a messaging perspective and just managing her own domestic political constituencies, able to say, yeah, we're doing X, Y, and Z, and yeah, the Americans are happy we're doing it, but we're doing this for you. And she has very artfully, in my view, drawn lines, and I'm sure she's gotten an earful from the White House when, in so doing, when there are things that cross the line, like U.S. troops in Mexico. So, I mean, but I think it's important, at least when I talk to folks up in the U.S., I don't feel like there's always an understanding that like there's a real need and a desire, not just in Mexico, frankly, throughout the region. Security is desired, right? I mean, this is a priority for voters.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I think the status quo of the López Obrador administration was unsustainable. And some of the things that the U.S. administration has asked the Mexican government to do, not only on security, but on other fronts, are beneficial to Mexican citizens. And she's been quite successful in communicating that to the Mexican electorate. I would only say a few things, and just going back to the original question, why this equilibrium is so fragile. She's been successful so far, but things can go very wrong very, very fast. You mentioned U.S., the potential of U.S. kinetic attacks or U.S. kinetic action on Mexican soil. That is the bilateral poison pill. As soon as that happens, economic integration is collateral damage. It's going to be very, very difficult politically for President Sheinbaum to continue to engage the Trump administration on all fronts of the bilateral relationship if something like that were to happen. And then, I mean, there's obviously a lot of, one thing that we have underestimated so far is how people feel about this new security strategy. People in Jalisco and Puerto Vallarta, they're really scared. What happened over the weekend was definitely going to have an impact on investor uncertainty in the state and in Puerto Vallarta. And the public might get fatigued, just the general population, but more importantly, people in Morena, I think, are going to start to oppose some of these measures. And I would finish with one more argument why this is, again, a very fragile equilibrium, is how Washington keeps moving the goalposts. So Mexico has done a lot, but once you do something, the goalposts are always going to shift. And it may never be enough. We saw that, for example, with the Canadians. It's a good example. They dropped their digital services tax so that they could advance trade talks, same way that Mexico has done a lot on the security front to advance trade talks. But again, they dropped that with very limited results in the end. And I would finish with this. In asymmetric negotiations, the same way that Mexico engages the US or Canada engages the US, accommodation today can become expectation tomorrow. It can become the bare minimum tomorrow. So I think we should be wary about how much Mexico gives today, because there's always going to be more demands tomorrow.
I like what you said, accommodation today can be expectation tomorrow. I want to ask you a follow-up question with respect to steps that Mexico has taken regarding Chinese and other imports into Mexico. And as Kellyanne highlighted, rules of origin, tightening rules of origin, ensuring that USMCA is not a platform for other countries to be successful. It's a platform for North American success. What would you comment on as far as how far Mexico has gone to date? Is Mexico willing? I thought the previous panel about CFIUS was fascinating. Is Mexico willing to develop a CFIUS analog? I mean, where do you see the most interesting activity happening in that space?
But Mexico has had a much more nuanced relationship with China over the past years compared to Canada and compared to the US. But right now we've seen a lot of alignment when it comes to economic security. I think the only big item that's missing from the conversation today is the Mexican CFIUS. but I can tell you, I've spoken to some friends at the Economy Ministry in Mexico. The Mexican CFIUS is ready. They've been in conversation since December 2023, if I recall correctly. If they wanted, they could submit that to a vote in Congress. But again, this is part of a much larger negotiation. The Mexican CFIUS is just a chip to negotiate with the US. If I were a negotiator and if I implemented that today, I know for sure that the US is going to demand something else tomorrow. So they're keeping their chips right now, at least until there's no bilateral and trilateral USMCA working groups that we were supposed to have those earlier this year, and we still don't have those. I don't think there's no appetite from the Mexican government, like thinking strategically to start implementing some of those measures. But others, Mexico just slapped tariffs on over 1,500 goods, and they didn't say on Chinese goods. What the Mexican government said, we're putting tariffs on goods on countries that we don't have free trade agreements with. And guess which is the main country that Mexico doesn't have a free trade agreement with? It's China.
But also Korea, right? You have Korean auto plants that are suffering with that in Mexico, as I understand. So it wasn't cost-free.
No. Tariffs are always going to cost. And by putting a tariff on China and South Korea, all the electronics that, for example, we use in auto production are going to be more expensive for the region as a whole, not just for Mexico.
Mariana, you sit in Bogota, Colombia.
Yes.
My first tour in the Foreign Service. Know and love it well. It's not very far from Venezuela, which is essentially the poster child for the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. I think we all woke up on January 3rd, at least I did, glued to my TV, and surprised. And would just love to get your view, and you speak beyond Colombia, please, just from the region, as far as what is the vibe around the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine in region. Just would love to get your view, because I think that's something we don't always hear here in Washington.
Yeah. Well, as you have heard, I'm Colombian. We're not that friendly partner. We're not invited to the Trump Mar-a-Lago Club meeting the first week of March.
But I should have said, Mariana was Deputy Chief of Mission in the Colombian Embassy in Trump 1.0, and the relationship was
And I was Director of the Trade Bureau as well, a long time ago. And but I'm going to be speaking from 5,000 miles away, how we see the Trump corollary. And let me take you from a point of view of an outsider. Expectations are quite high. Viewing the national security strategy. I think, as Kelly has pointed out, if we can't afford the United States to fail, I think we have a lot of expectations for this strategy to succeed. We need USMCA revision to succeed, US companies to succeed, USMCA, Mexico, Canada to succeed. If not, we will feel from up to Canada to Patagonia, we will feel that that the companies and the countries, we will feel that immediately. We need the Central America and Panama and Colombia to become the new Mexicos. We need to supply chains inside the hemisphere. We need onshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, the Americas shoring. We don't care how you call it, but we need to keep investment in the region.
I thought it was interesting, Mariana, just to interrupt for a second, that Jennifer Thornton, General Counsel of USTR, when she was speaking, it leapt out at me. You know, she said that we want to move supply chains to the Western Hemisphere.
Yes,
she didn't say
said that.
Even to the Americas or to, and that really leapt out. I mean, because you do, I feel like sometimes we get mixed messages on that.
And she said, our trade and our security is very much intertwined. So we need to keep our jobs in the hemisphere. And we can't afford failure. We need our manufacturing, we need our autos to be here. We need our agriculture to be kept here. We need our pork to be kept here. We need our flowers to be kept here. 5 million Colombians depend on the trade between Colombia and the United States, but also 5 million Americans depend on the trade between the United States and Colombia. The flower industry, the florist depend, the logistics, everything depends on our trade. So we're very much intertwined. Above all, we need jobs to stay in the region. Jobs in Mexico, in Central America, in Colombia, and in the Caribbean. Jobs that reduce migration, jobs that reduce chaos, jobs that build dignity and keep all people away from illegal drugs, illegal mining, and all illegal whatever they do in our region. And we must keep ahead of China, because if we don't, China absolutely will come to our region. And
They're already there, right? So
they're
you mean
already
intensify.
there.
Yeah.
They're already there, and I'm going to make that point right now. Uncertainty functions as a silent tax, so we need to keep our competitiveness. Where I sit in Colombia, the Trump Corollary means something that we have talked about here. We know that tariffs are here, and they're going to stay. Whatever they're going to call it, 232, 301, whatever it's going to become, they're going to be here. The United States and national security lens dominates everything. Migration, security, illegal drugs, border pressures, job protection will shape trade policy far more than traditional market access principles. I don't think this is necessarily negative. It forces us, Latin American countries, to confront our own realities. I know this is something that many of my colleagues were not expecting to hear, but I think this is time for us also to face our own realities. Migration drivers, illegal drug production and trafficking, organized crime, weak institutions, domestic security challenges. Geopolitics have changed. I remember, and those words resonate still, what Prime Minister Carney said in Davos. We're shifting from a rules-based system to a world of fortress. And he says trade has been weaponized. He also said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. In the case of Colombia, we're probably the free bread that puts on the table. So we're not there yet. Third, this new national security strategy is forcing countries to choose partners, which is very dangerous for Latin America, and this is the point about China. Mm-hmm. We cannot afford in Latin America to face or to be forced to choose between the United States or China. China is already there in our countries, and this put a lot of pressure in countries that were already polarized. We can share that security. For example, we see the port of Chancay, which is 60% owned in Peru by Costco, and the U.S. is building in the old military base another infrastructure, which is just miles away from the port of Chancay. For example, what happened in the Panama Canal, the ruling also approached and benefited U.S. investment. And we can see that also in Colombia. There is balance between China and the U.S., and it can coexist. But if the U.S. pressures our countries to choose between China and the U.S., that may become a political upheaval in our countries. So I think Washington needs to be more subtle about those pressures.
Kind of not our jam right now, but.
Yes, yes. Fourth, I think this new reality has forced exporters into a deeper conversation with U.S. clients. I see it with my clients, and now there is a new conversation between suppliers and your companies. We're talking about U.S. Or resilience between supply chain forces. We're adopting artificial intelligence between Colombian suppliers and U.S. companies. We are talking about agro-industry sourcing, for example, the problems in Ukraine and Russia and shifting to another sources. We're shifting factories across the region. For example, there are Colombian companies that are moving to El Salvador or Guatemala because of the issues with Colombia right now. And it's easy to shift inside the region, and the U.S. companies are sort of moving and looking and talking to those companies inside the region to do so. And fifth, I would say, under the Trump corollary, economic relationships have become very bilateral. We're not talking anymore about regional economic integration. That's long gone. There is no FTA talks anymore. There are no economic integration anymore. It's a one-on-one conversation, and I don't think we're ever going to see, an hemispheric conversation anymore. With regards to Venezuela, I think there is a great opportunity for all of us, not only Colombia, which we sit next door. 35% of your border with Mexico is the Colombia-Venezuela border. And let me say something, if Trump hadn't taken the decision to go after Maduro, it's very possible that Maduro would still be sitting in power as Venezuela's illegitimate president. So from my point of view, I would thank President Trump to have taken out Maduro out of Venezuela. I think we owe him a favor, and let's hope that Rubio's plan to have Venezuela to become stabilized, rebuilt, and then hold democratic elections down the road. We don't expect as Colombians to have soon democratic elections. Let's hope that Venezuela can be rebuilt. But let me tell you, it's a great opportunity. Only to rebuild the oil industry, we will need at least $10 billion per year to build an oil industry that was producing 2 million barrels per day in year 2000. Now we need to rebuild that oil industry again, only the oil industry, that without counting that we need to rebuild electricity, housing, just general services. That is also another $8 billion on top of that $10 billion to rebuild the oil industry. So we're sitting in a country with almost like a plan Marshall to rebuild. So it's a huge opportunity for all of us, not only the United States, but also for Colombia and the whole region to rebuild. It's not going to be easy. It's a national security issue, not only for the region, but for the world, because, we just taken a country that was taken by the Chinese and by other means of illegal means. So it's going to take a while to rebuild Venezuela.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Mariana. And I think it's fair to say, and I'm sure Diego and Ricardo, you're in the same boat, of the various WhatsApp groups and dinners with wine that I've had with all my friends from all over the region. If you've got 5 people, you've got 5 different opinions about, basically what's been happening in the Andean region of late. But I think it's very, very important to hear your perspective, Mariana, and kind of where the opportunities might lie. I'm going to grab on to the fact that you raised 301s, because a big part of the president's announcement on Friday, or at least a part that felt big to me, I paid a lot of attention to it, was the fact that we'd be mandating a series of 301 investigations. That's been raised already today. I'm going to ask Kellyanne to look at her tea leaves and to maybe share with us how that move might reverberate in the region. We obviously already have a 301 investigation ongoing with Brazil since the summer. I don't think it's been moving terribly quickly, but it is the broadest, at least that I'm aware of, you can correct me if I'm wrong, from a breadth perspective, the broadest 301 investigation, at least that I'm aware of. And certainly from what USTR has said, it sounds like the upcoming investigations might be equally broad and intense. So just would love your views on that and how that might reverberate in Latin America.
Sure, and I have to qualify that I missed Jennifer Thornton's comments earlier, so hopefully I won't contradict anything she shared about this.
Committed to nothing, so
Perfect.
speculate like crazy.
Then, all right, blank page. So look, Section 122 is obviously the tool that the administration has already applied, effective at 12:01 a.m. this morning. That authority lasts for 150 days, and so if the administration wants to apply tariffs beyond that date, they either need Congress or they need to find some other authority, right? And so what they've signaled is that they want to use this 301 tool as a way to look at discriminatory actions around the world, and that an investigation, which will be completed in expedited fashion, could take something like up to 5 months, which would fit nicely within that 150-day period, would then potentially be a measure that the administration could use to impose tariffs. And there could be other things that they do as well. I think we'll hear more over the next few days and weeks as some of these measures roll out. But the 301 investigations that have been described by USTR in Friday night's press release, as well as by various administration officials, have been described in terms of topics, right? So we've heard them talk about a 301 into excess capacity and overcapacity, into rice, into labor practices, into digital trade, pharmaceutical practices. So you can start to see, at least by some of the 301s that they have discussed, or the possible subjects of investigations, that a lot of them seem quite targeted at Asia, as well as Europe and other areas around the world. And some of them might end up targeting South America and the Western Hemispheric countries too, but I don't think we really know where any of this is going. So what I'd say is right now we've got this 10% tariff. It could go up to 15% in the next few days if there's an additional proclamation. But with most countries, prior to Friday, we had a 10% tariff, most Western Hem countries, and there were some variations there, with certain carve-outs and exemptions that are largely replicated now. So it could be that this policy continues, that they have the authority and they continue largely the same policy with the Western Hem, and that they target more specifically Asia and other types of supply chains to achieve just what it sounds like Jennifer said, and my point from the first intervention, which is drawing more supply chains to the Western Hemisphere by providing preferential treatment, preferential market access, trying to create more certainty and stabilities for business, that if you set up shop here, not only are we going to create the rules so that China can't get the benefit of your bargain and other countries can't get the benefit of your bargain, but that we're going to create a structure in which we're continuing to incentivize you to build here, produce here, particularly for critical supply chains. So I think directionally that's where they're heading with both the 301 and the 232 strategies. But this, we didn't get here overnight. I think for decades we sort of walked into some of the market failures that we're in. And so it's going to take a little bit to wake ourselves up and sort of recreate some of the supply chains in a way that actually does near shore, friend shore, allied shore, whatever term of art you want to use, towards the Western Hem that mirrors the Monroe Doctrine national security aspect.
No, that's helpful, Kellyanne, because I guess I have PTSD from the Brazil 301. I've been half, wondering if implementation of the arts don't go well, Ricardo, that maybe there'd be this temptation to file a 301 just to have it kind of like hanging over, the country's shoulder, versus the kind of thematic approach that you're laying out. I think that's an interesting distinction.
Yeah, and clearly, the president has used the IEEPA authority for all sorts of tariffs, not just the reciprocal tariffs, the fentanyl tariffs, but some of these national security secondary tariffs on Venezuela, Cuba, Russian oil. So he's used them for a lot of purposes. We haven't seen what measure the administration is going to potentially impose to give the president the authority to recreate some of these more foreign policy tariffs that might target individual countries in Latin America. Maybe they roll something out, maybe they don't, but we'll have to see. That's sort of a question mark at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard to see what the vehicle would be. I know the answer to this, but I just have to. It's a panel talking about the overlap between national security and economic security. 232 is a section that should be based on national security. Yeah. And if we, as part of the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, are positing that hemispheric security is U.S. national security, shouldn't we be thinking about doing some carve-outs for these 232s for our hemispheric? I know they're not talking about it, but shouldn't we be?
I guess it depends on the topic, and I don't know if the question was directed towards.
It's more to you,
yeah.
but
so it depends on the issue. So a lot of the 232s we've seen, like steel and aluminum from the first administration, the challenge was China. It was Chinese excess capacity, it was Chinese unfair trade practices that were distorting global markets. And so the US effectively adopted this ring of tariffs around our economy to try to prevent that price distortion and encourage domestic production. But they have been open, and the Biden administration was open to this too, of cutting deals with countries who wanted to adopt similar tariffs, similar protections, so that we can trade internally on preferential terms, but create that wall externally. So the same could be true with some of these other sectors, but there are different challenges, like the copper 232. You mentioned Chile is a huge producer of copper. That's not specifically just a China challenge. No. And so when you're looking at critical minerals, when you're looking at chips, semiconductors, pharmaceutical products, all of these supply chains are different. Mm-hmm. So they might create sort of a different patchwork of potential protections where there is a national security threat. But where there's not a national security threat and you have a willing partner who is also willing to impose the types of protections that are required, I think there is an argument for lowering tariffs in that instance.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for those thoughts. I'd like to talk just a moment about efforts in the hemisphere to diversify trade. As we were talking about before, I think everybody's trying to be as engaged as they can with the United States, but also considering what their options are, right? Mm-hmm. Mariana, you were Colombia's ambassador to India. It feels like everyone's going to India. I think Prime Minister Carney's going later this week. Ricardo, we had the EU-Mercosur deal, which I used to joke that maybe my grandkids would see it go into effect.
I never believed it
might be
happened.
true, by the way. We'll see. But it moved. That was exciting. And Diego, I believe you participated in the incredibly impressive Canadian delegation to Mexico City recently, which was I think the largest Canadian business delegation I remember.
Ever, I think.
Ever going to Mexico City. Would love to hear from each of you, just whatever you'd like to say as far as what you are seeing with respect to trade diversification efforts, and how feasible are. I mean, geography always wins, right? I mean, our economies are intertwined for a reason. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Some of that is policy efforts over the years. Some of that is distance and logic. Just would love your thoughts, Ricardo. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, look, so first of all, the geography determines this, and the geoeconomy determines it. The more exposure you have. So Brazil, farther from the United States, more diversified trading relationships is going to have less pressure than Guatemala or anything north of Panama, I mean, for sure. On the other hand, the United States is the largest destination for value-added Brazilian goods, for manufactured goods. And so that's not a relationship they can completely do away with. It's very, I would say if you're particularly in South America, really everywhere, I mean, there's a reality that there is a certain hedging with respect to the United States now because you can't be sure of it. And so the businesses, this is not governments, these are businesses that are having to decide where can I be assured of a market over time. They are looking more at Europe, and Europe is aggressively marketing itself as a more stable sort of trading partner. especially in South America, less so in Central America. I think with respect to what we aren't seeing, though, is like very clear, undisputed patterns that businesses can take a cue from. In the Americas, there's not massive movement from Asia yet to the Western Hemisphere because there isn't yet a kind of I will just say this. I spent the last year urging clients from Latin America that came to Washington not to say nearshoring. Understand like the culture and the perspective of this administration, how you fit in there. Not like how it's going to go well for business in your country is not important to this USTR at all.
Facilitating jobs in the United
That's
States
it.
of America.
And you have to make that case. And if you can't make that case, you're not going to be as successful as somebody who does. And that's sort of an adjustment. But I think it also meant that they have had to start thinking about India, Asia, and it's not just in terms of trading partners, but in terms of what kind of investment do they want. The Gulf states are very active now in Latin America. It's the same thing. I mean, you're just seeing a pretty significant expansion of exploration, not done deals.
Yeah. In the case of India, I was Colombian ambassador to India, is quite interesting. India's soft power has become very subtle. I was telling Kelly, it's like yoga in a hot tub. They move very easy. Minister Jai Shankar and Minister Gokal
Very charming.
Just go. They're very charming. But I think Tim Cook, president of Apple, understood India very well. You know, Apple is expanding in India, now is exporting. 75% of Apple's iPhones are now made in India. And now in Latin America, India is expanding. UPL, for example, is the fourth largest agrochemical company, is expanding in Brazil. Modi, Prime Minister Modi and Lula, very good friends, are part of BRICS. In Colombia, Indians investment is very, very active and expanding. And one thing I must say to your point in China is that India has no strings attached. There is no BRT attached. You know, they just come and they look in for the long term. They don't care about, you know, tariffs. They don't care about that. They look for the long term. In case, for example, of the pharmaceutical companies, IT companies, pharmaceuticals look for generics, which is patient-oriented pricing, IT databases and data centers. So it's a
Lots
different
going
type.
on.
It's a different type of investment, very long-term oriented, and not no strings attached, which is different from Chinese investment.
No, thank you. Diego, I want to hear more about the Canadian delegation. I was so intrigued by it.
Quick point on the Canadian delegation. The positives is that it was a turning point in Mexico-Canada relations. We went from being distant neighbors again after a few comments made in November 2024 by Premier Ford and Premier Smith. Then those were echoed by Prime Minister Trudeau. The Mexicans and the Canadians weren't talking to each other for a while, and this is just evidence that the relationship is past that stage, and we're actually working on ways to trade more with each other, not through the United States. Mm-hmm. There were over 2,000 business-to-business meetings there. Canadian government officials met with Mexican government officials. There's a really important conversation now on port-to-port logistics. That's the only way that Mexico and Canada can trade with each other more without going through the U.S. What I must say is that one of the things that was missing, obviously one was a security conversation between Mexico and Canada. Both were subject to IEEPA tariffs. But most importantly, I think, is that the narrative of the visit was still competitiveness. Mm-hmm. We are stronger together, and I mean, that's factually true. But I think that's not, if we want to have an impact here in Washington, we have to frame it a little bit differently. it would be a mistake to assume that you can continue to integrate as we have done in the past 30 years, and to think that the competitive lens alone it still defines the moment and will get us there. As we've mentioned throughout the panel, the stated objective of this U.S. administration is homeshoring, not nearshoring, not supply chain resiliency. The objective is control over production, over strategic resources, over technology. But that said, I think Latin America still maintains a very different relationship compared to any other regions in the world when it comes to their relationship with the U.S. And I think all things said and done, that's where the economic reality and the strategic considerations will eventually reassert themselves. The United States cannot close China's head start in critical minerals production, AI, defense, semiconductors, without working closely with its Latin American partners, and particularly with Mexico and with Canada. And if this administration is serious about economic and national security, we'll need deeper cooperation with Latin America. And this is where agreements like USMCA or this other bilateral frameworks will be super important. We are renegotiating USMCA not in a competitiveness era, we're doing it in an economic secure era. Homeshoring, if it remains purely national, it will be costly, it will be incomplete. If it becomes a coordinated regional strategy, you'll have a higher chance to succeed. And I think, to Kelly's point, I think that's where agreements like USMCA could evolve from a traditional market access agreement into something much larger, into a platform for economic security. And that obviously was missing from the Canadian delegation, but I think that would be the logical next step. And I'm really hoping that we get to those conversations before July 1st, 2026.
Yeah, that's a great place to end. Thank you so much. Thanks to each of you for your amazing insights, to Ken for the platform, and to all of you for participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly, to our panelists. Really terrific conversation. So informative. So much insight you shared. Thank you so much. For everybody here, okay, listen, bear with me. We've got lunch. It's available. It's a buffet. Get your lunch. Bring it back to your seats. We have 30 minutes before our next panel, so there is time. You don't need to rush, but we'd like everyone back in their seats for our IEEPA panel. Hello? Okay. And I promise we're going to leave some time in that panel for questions. We haven't had a chance because we had such a tight schedule this morning, but I know there's about 1 million questions on IEEPA, and we're going to try to get to some of those as part of our discussion with our experts later. Enjoy lunch, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Work with you again? Actually, yeah, I'll come out for a second. When it is done. All good, man? Oh. So you are going to have to stay here for this one? I don't have time to go down and talk to her. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. and just been like, dude, they're going over. Yeah. That's why I don't like saying, you know, if you're going to hold to a true half day, it's got to be. It's got to be literally 4 and out. Yeah. Not, oh, can you do more? You know. This morning's good. I was supposed to be got Houston. He's like, just leave me. I was like, dude, I'm already in transit. I was like, I already had to leave early in this traffic. And then, so I went to the studio, waited around for 20 minutes with him, and then we left and came right in. And I'm like, and then yesterday's gig, we stuck to it, and they decided to have it in there. We were going to come in at 3 a.m. at FHA and FHC and set up, but we got in yesterday at 12. Because it was radio silent because of all the storms. And we're like, oh, who the hell's running this show? And it's government. So that was a we avoided a CF. Keep telling us different things. At least mine. I got close, but hey, I'm Matt. Yeah, I get so nice to meet you. Yeah, that one will be downstairs. Just this flooring is so bad. The flooring. You walk by and it shakes everywhere. made the room Jennifer. See you later. Room can allow for bed. I'm like, you're coming out. Nope. Before breakfast, go outside. She was just like, oh, Jay, are you any word yet on your Thursday? You're going to need those rights? I still haven't heard from you. Stuff doesn't work, but I have camera, it's like all my gear. Oh, okay. Because I'm trying to enable timing so I can get them to you. So I got the Sony A75. Congrats. Thank you. I picked up that audio and worked on it. What? You okay with audio? Yeah. I mean, it's just room chatter now. Did you get the SDI back on the back of that? That's an injury for sorry, that's a different one. We need that thing with things. Just that Kristen's had nothing but problems with this over the last couple of years. The thing needs to come back to the track. It's like an aluminum back module with plastic sliding in. The turbo plug will fit right. With Jesse's, has never had problems. And I can't tell how many times I've been screwed up with this. And I'm just like, he won't use it now. He just uses HDMI down. Oh, yeah. Well, I just got mine's mixed in HDMI. It's got lots of HDMI stuff. From the Sony. Yeah. What's your SDI? Sony. Oh, it did. I thought with the little handle breakout down at the SDI on it. It doesn't have a handle. Okay. I think we can get the same effect. Yeah, it's 3. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Gotcha. Well, okay, perfect. I'm glad you got an external monitor. Got an external monitor. Went ahead and bought the one that recorded. Good. You know, not just the monitor, but the recording monitor. Then I picked up the 2825. So is that the one you were telling me about? Where do you guys want to go? And that's that model, so it's interchangeable in both. I got like a cage for the camera, I got a cage for the monitor, got all that kind of set up. There's speakers, so now I'm done. And I bought the wire. I have one. That's kind of just selections. Oh yeah. Yeah, shorty too. So we got one. I have 2 C-stands. Get the short 380s. 380s if you want it. What type of modifier is it? Yeah, they come with the seats in the bowls. And a small soft. Yeah. And I'm curious if that's the 30 or the 40. Because I've got the 40 and the 60 and the 90. Okay, so they're 3 and there. So I want to say, we actually did. We put it back in the third camera on the Wilson sheet. And remember it was more for a flashlight. And I like. Oh, you mean the 1x4? Yeah, and I used we'll put an 80 on that for maybe the swap in. But I like the we make this like little I don't know, I call it like a joke of a monitor of a softbox. It's 30 mils, and I think it's too small. If you get them closer to one single person, I like to use 60. Because it matches more closely to like a regular 1x1 Astro softbox. But again, it's so much more power. You can control over there, so you know, 80s are great. Yeah, dude. I'm glad you got this. Is yours still to your back of your shoulder?
Hello, if I can have everybody's attention, we're going to get restarted. So, really, thank you all for sticking around, and huge thanks to our panel today. Obviously, we all were hit with the news of the Supreme Court ruling on Friday. As many of you know, we pulled together an emergency webinar that afternoon. We had, this is fascinating from our WIDA side, we announced that the email went out at 11:29 a.m. At 11:34, we had 104 registrations, so within 5 minutes, and we had over 1,000 people online for that event, for that webinar, that emergency webinar. I then the next morning emailed this group and a few others to check their availability. Are you, any chance you'd be available if we decide to do this? Had a quick huddle and we got this together. We're really grateful to them for joining us today. I'll do a quick introduction, then turn it over to Mike Smart. We have Tim Keeler, who's a partner and co-leader for international trade at Mayer Brown, former chief of staff at the Office of U.S. Trade Representative, and a former deputy assistant secretary at the Office of Legislative Affairs at Treasury. Ryan Majerus is a partner at King & Spalding, former Acting Assistant Secretary for Enforcement and Compliance at Commerce, and also worked at the NEC and USTR. Dan Mullaney is a Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council. He's a former Assistant U.S. Trade Rep for Europe and the Middle East. Brenda Smith is Global Director of Government Outreach and Expediters, and a former Executive Assistant Commissioner of the Office of Trade at Customs and Border Protection. And our moderator, Michael Smart, Managing Director at Rock Creek Global Advisors, former Director for International Trade and Investment at the NEC, and a former Trade Counsel on the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you all for joining us today.
Ken, thanks a million, and thanks to the panelists for doing this program. We thought we would really pick up from what the President signed on Friday night. So we have been speculating for months about what Plan B might look like. Now it's coming into shape. But of course, all of this follows the Supreme Court decision announced earlier today that struck down the IEEPA tariffs. So three main things. One, the executive order that terminated the IEEPA tariffs and then created this set of questions around how those tariffs would be refunded. Two, the proclamation imposing the Section 122 tariffs under the Trade Act of 1974. And then three, the directive that the President gave to USTR, which then he elaborated on about upcoming Section 301 investigations. These are kind of the three pieces that we want to focus on. So let's begin with kind of the most imminent and urgent, which is refunds. Brenda, let me kind of frame a couple of questions and then you take it away. Is there any serious debate about whether the government must refund the tariff that were paid under IEEPA? And then second, give us the scenarios about how those refunds will play out, sort of administrative mechanisms, litigation, and of course, very helpful if you just give your advice about what importers who are seeking these refunds ought to do.
So there's a lot there, and thank you. I appreciate the chance for WIDA to talk through this. It is consuming my life and my colleagues' life. Expeditors, major customs broker freight forwarder, US-based in Seattle, and so we are in the weeds of this, and the complexity that we are handling for our customers and that they are handling internally has just gone through the roof in the last 12 months. You all have heard of stacking, things like that. And so it's not just an action, but it's the interaction of all of the different executive orders and proclamations that have made the questions about 100 times more complex than they normally should be. Add to that the government's enforcement posture on, did you get your classification, your value, your country of origin correct? And usually good enough is okay, but in this case what we are seeing not only at the Department of Justice with the big cases, but CBP at a transactional level is all over the transactional activity of US importers. So that's the background. So we go into a major change, right? We've all built our information systems, our document systems, our risk management systems around a changing but stable, at least in the last few months, set of tariff requirements. And now the curveball that everyone was expecting happened. So the questions that we got, and we did a webinar yesterday, we had close to 500 questions, and I won't even tell you how many participants we had. But the questions are all over the map as people try to understand what's their exposure, what's their risk, how do they get back the millions of dollars that they have paid over the last 12 months, and how do they prep for going forward. The questions that you asked on refunds are very similar to what we're hearing from the trade community at large. Basically, how do I get my money back? Can I get my money back? And I think the questions you asked, I'd be interested in my legal colleagues' opinion on. But I think the president has telegraphed he expects us to be in litigation for the next 5 years. From my perspective, if the government and the Court of International Trade decided we're going to make this easy, there are still a number of hoops that they will have to jump through and that we in the business community will have to jump through. If the government decides to make it hard, either at sort of the court level with litigation or at the transactional level with the administrative processes around refunds, this is going to go on for a very long time, and it's going to be very questionable whether you will get the money back that you actually paid. So I think there's an open question there. If things are aligned, the Department of Justice, which issued a statement in December, which said, if IEEPA is overturned, we will not fight refunds. And everybody breathed a huge sigh of relief. Hopefully that holds, and the administrative processes that are already in place around what are known as post-summary corrections and around protest actually work as everyone is used to them working. They are well established. The challenge here is not so much the process or the automation, but it is in fact the volume. Hundreds of thousands, probably millions of transactions at this point that could be leveraged to pay back refunds. There's a couple of buckets. There's transactions that have been finalized, and those are known as liquidated entries. And so the government has made a decision that the classification, the value, the duty rates are all correct. Well, now we have new guidance, and so for many of the transactions filed over the last 12 months, the duty rate is going to be incorrect. And so U.S. importers will have the opportunity to file what is known as a protest. They will be able to go to the government and say, this was wrong, I overpaid, you owe me X amount of dollars back plus interest. CBP has up to 2 years to make a decision. So this is not going to happen tomorrow. There are also, oh, and sorry, again, my legal colleagues, to reliquidate entries requires a court order. It can be broad, it can happen relatively quickly, but it has to happen. So another hurdle or hoop that they have to jump through. The other category of entries, which is growing smaller by the day, are what is known as unliquidated entries. So they are entries that are within 314 days of filing, where a final decision has not been made. Companies can go in with what's known as a post-summary correction. And for those of you that have never gotten into the customs world before, sorry for this very rough introduction. But unliquidated entries are essentially administrative conversation between the government and the importer about perfecting the data. Based on regulation, the procedures are kind of buried in various CBP documents, but as far as I'm aware, are not specifically called out in regulation. And so there is some flexibility, probably on both sides there. But the idea is at the end of the day, you will have perfect information, and technically, when the government does the liquidation on that entry, they will refund your money. My expectation is the government is not going to want to give back that much money. CBP is the ministerial arm of the government for this, but it is the White House that is going to determine what is the policy. I would say stay tuned.
Wow. Okay, I mean, that's a great overview of the procedures. Ryan, do you want to jump in on a couple of the legal questions? And then maybe for you and for Tim, if the process is as challenging and the administration is throwing up obstacles, what is the possibility that Congress steps in with legislation?
Yeah, so first of all, I agree with everything that you said in terms of kind of how the landscape here, and I think you have to look at it in buckets of unliquidated and liquidated entries. I think you made a very important point about the DOJ filings, because I actually think they're going to loom large here. Companies, just in our client experience, companies are beginning to file protests, if they've not done it already, on liquidated entries, because that's really all we know at this point. You've got to get those filed within 180 days. And so folks are getting those in. I am similarly skeptical the Customs is going to move on them quickly, in part potentially due to guidance from the administration, but also just the sheer volume. It's just too much. There are some thoughts that they may set up some more kind of expedited system to help run through both unliquidated and liquidated entries, some kind of portal, but we have no evidence of that yet. But at the end of the day, the courts have sanction authority. They do have these representations from the Department of Justice. Clients are increasingly, I think, of the view that they should just file a lawsuit, and I think it's going to veer more and more that direction. And the question will be ultimately, if a court says, look, this was definitive, you need to pay the money back, and they order payment back, and there's risk of sanctions, how does the government respond?
The only thing I'd add is, well, I think the refunds will all get paid for those who either show up in court or show up at Customs, depending on how this plays out. I don't think there's a question about that. It's a question of what hoops and how much time. I think there is a question about a court's ability to order refunds for non-parties before it. So that's why I say, it may be that if the government doesn't want to essentially work out a way to handle this under their own control, then parties may have to end up just filing as plaintiffs at the CIT. I'm not an expert in class actions. That is a way to address non-parties for the court potentially. But my best guess is we'll know in the next few weeks what the executive branch's position is on this and whether parties have to file as plaintiffs or whether they can just show up at Customs.
The only other quick thing I would add is for your typical bigger company, the situation is incredibly complicated because you've got a huge mix of unliquidated and liquidated entries. As you noted, you're moving more toward liquidated compared to unliquidated. And so there's a lot of strategy in how do you do this? Should you file, what kind of protest should you file now for liquidated entries? We don't really know what to do with unliquidated entries at this point. Does it make sense to file post-summary corrections? Is that going to create administrative problems until we get guidance from Customs? Or, it may just be so complex that a lawsuit is what companies opt for.
It's interesting. It's a reflection of the time. Those of us who did customs work for many, many years, this was like the bread and butter, standard operating procedure. You often didn't even involve the lawyers. It was the paralegals who handled the protests and that. And so for this to be hugely controversial, which it clearly is, and involving questions of class actions and the court and everything is really mind-boggling. But I guess that's true of everything in the international trade area, where it used to be very, very boring and nobody cared about it. Now it's become this big issue. It's fascinating.
Great. Well, let's leave refunds here for the moment. We can come back to it with questions and move on to Section 122, the proclamation that the President signed on Friday night. I think it's kind of been drilled into our heads, up to 15%, up to 150 days. But there are conditions on the use of this authority, circumstances in which Congress contemplated that the President would use these tariffs. Can I start with you, Ryan, and then invite everyone to chime in? What are those conditions on the use of 122? How does the proclamation kind of substantiate or not whether those conditions have been met, and what is the litigation risk going forward?
So I'll probably leave the details in terms of kind of how they justified the balance of payments deficits arguments to other folks here, because it's not my expertise. But they did identify that the fundamental standard in the law, which again has never been tested, it's the Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974, is that you have large and persistent balance of payment deficits. Now, key to that, at least in my interpretation of the law, is that's very different than trade deficits. Trade deficits can contribute to the balance of payment issues, but they're not the same. They talked about things in the proclamation such as net U.S. investment position, the ability to have free-flowing currency, and I think my reaction to what they issued is they hit on the key elements of what the statute appears to focus on. The ultimate question will be, Section 122 is a law from when we had a fixed exchange rate pegged to the gold standard. As I'm sure everyone knows, we now have a floating exchange rate that's driven by market forces. And some economists don't think it's possible to have a balance of payments issue when you have a floating exchange rate. So the ultimate question will be, if there is a court challenge, at the end of the day on the merits, we could see a similar result to IEEPA, but I think the most immediate issue is going to be, if it is challenged, can a preliminary injunction be obtained? Folks may remember in the IEEPA case, that was sought and was not obtained. And so, I think critical to that will be, has the administration justified kind of those core factors of the balance of payments deficit, and will a court review kind of their substantive findings in the proclamation? The president's announcement over the weekend certainly could factor into the litigation risk, and potentially the IEEPA decision, which was interesting because it was in some senses narrow. It left most of IEEPA intact, but it did clearly suggest from multiple justices that if for the executive branch to have the authority to move on something significant, Congress must clearly state that they have that authority. And so it's a different statute than this one, but I could see a lot of these elements play into a potential challenge.
Yeah, I think your question is, do you think the judges will jump in front of this? And to my mind, 15% and 150 days are very judicially administrable, right? Like, it's a number and they're either over it or under it. The question of when this law was passed was actually the Trade Act of '74, actually enacted in January '75. Nixon actually went off gold in '71. Whether the terms that they put in the statute are the same as what a lot of economists view today, maybe somebody finds a judge at the CIT who wants to jump in on this. I'd be very surprised if the CAFC or the Supreme Court is going to want to issue an injunction for a 5-month tariff after all this. Now that does suggest, I think judges would be willing to jump in if they tried to say, well, it's a new 150 days after they get through the first 150 days. But I'd just be very, very surprised if unless it was about those two numbers, if judges would be willing to weigh in.
And Tim, didn't the CIT, when they struck down the IEEPA tariff, suggest that in fact the administration should have used Section 122? That any lawsuit about this would go first to the CIT, right? They would have to somehow deal with what they said earlier if they were going to have a different outcome and block the tariffs.
Yeah, and I don't know that what they said would necessarily be held to it, but they did point to that. The litigants in the case pointed to that. Interestingly, 6 justices of the Supreme Court actually cited Section 122 as well, saying, noting how the president has other tariff authorities. And also, I think 6 justices might have cited Section 338, which for trade Greeks is amazing because nobody in our world even knew about it until 10 years ago. So yeah, I think I would just be very surprised unless there was an attempt to re-up it after 150 days if a judge was willing to jump in on. You can already see on Twitter the fights between economists about some of these definitional terms. I just can't imagine judges are going to want to say that unlike with IEEPA, where tariffs and duties 15% are expressly contemplated here, I'd just be very surprised if judges were going to jump in.
Right, but if they allow them to expire and then re-up, they might look at that as a circumvention of what Congress intended.
I think these tariffs are a fact of life for the next 150 days. It's hard to imagine a situation in which that doesn't happen. As if he tries to renew it on day 151, that could be another issue, but even then, that could mean another period of time before anybody really steps in. So I think the status quo for the next 5 months is where we are, unless it goes up to 15%, which we haven't seen yet, but which has been hinted at on social media.
Well, why don't you address that, Dan? Are they going to fulfill the president's directive of Saturday to increase the rate to 15%? What are the arguments sort of for and against? What issues does that raise, including with trading partners?
I think most of us, and I think a lot of trading partners, have learned to watch what the president does as opposed to what he says. So you announce the 15%. Is that really going to happen or not? Maybe yes, maybe no. I think many of us were probably wondering when the decision came out at 10%. We all kind of said, well, 10%, but 15% is authorized. Why didn't you go 15%? So that was thought through. There's a long history during this administration of issuing very quick, very broad, very ambiguous, policy directives, and then, thinking about it again, and maybe walking back, maybe adjusting it. So it's a space to watch, but not a space really to waste a lot of time on at this point. I think 10% is what it is, and we'll see what happens. I mean, there's going to be an ongoing question about whether the MFN tariffs are stacked on the 10%, which of course is very relevant to some of the trading partners, and that's maybe another thing that will need to be clarified as we move forward.
But as of today, under the proclamation, those MFN tariffs do stack on top of the 122s. Is that your...
They appear to, but again, the history of this whole administration has been, this dire consequence is going to happen because our reading is X, Y, and Z, and often having to do with stacking. This is not the first time the question of stacking has come up. And it's often been subject to some clarifications. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, some of the trading partners, including the European Union, which suspended its part of implementation of the deal because of this uncertainty, they're looking very closely at this question and looking for some clarity. So I have a feeling that the pattern seems to be, big pronouncements, big questions, the questions get raised, and then maybe the questions get addressed one way or another. So I'm sort of watching this space myself.
As am I. For us, that stacking guidance is what we're waiting for. And we have seen this administration sort of take advantage between the air gap between the White House executive order, presidential proclamation, and CBP's what's known as CSMS messages that have the detail. We've seen more detail than we had on Friday. We've actually seen more than we had on Sunday, but we have not yet seen the definitive. And for me, it is not only that stacking chart, but it's also the impact of the trade agreements that are being signed and what those say. And the question comes up for us regularly, okay, well, you swap the two out, but then what? And do I need to pay attention to the addition, is it MFN plus or not? Right. And that's a huge factor. I mean, people, they're not making business decisions today, but really over the next month or two, it's going to be very significant. I
think for trading partners too, like the European Union, I mean, obviously some of the countries had very large tariffs. They're down now to 10%, and so they're happy. This is Brazil and some others. For the EU, it's a bit of a mixed bag. They were already a little skeptical about this deal, which they felt was maybe forced on them. But it calls for 15%. So 10% is very good for those sectors that have zero or very low MFN. It's not so good for some of those products, and there aren't a huge number, but they do tend to be politically sensitive, for which the MFN tariff is over 5%. And those are going to be some sensitive products like cheese. So the cheese exporters in Europe are going to be very unhappy, and they're influential. That's important. But there are going to be other industrial product producers with zero or very low MFN tariffs, which are going to think, well, this is maybe not such a bad deal, unless it goes up to 15%. Right. But in any case, I mean, I think the European Union is probably correct to pause on its implementation, get some clarity, think about this, since it seems potentially that the administration has changed the terms of the tariff deal. Ultimately, I think the EU and a lot of other partners, the UK included, I think concluded that having a trade agreement that provided tariff levels where you could trade, which in that 15% range you can, and that provided some stability in the relationship was worth the candle. Ultimately, unless something goes badly awry, I think that's probably still going to be the conclusion going forward. But again, we'll see. I mean, every answer has to end with, but we'll see.
Yes, no, exactly. Let me ask you to put your political hats on for just a second. Section 122 says up to 150 days unless extended by Congress. Some of the president's most loyal supporters in Congress are quite anxious to do that, to provide him that legislative authority. Would you care to comment on the prospects for that kind of action?
So I know there's a bill floating currently to try to, in reaction to the Supreme Court decision, to effectively try to get a bill through on reconciliation that would require a simple majority. I think a lot of it depends on the math. I mean, as time goes on, I think we're seeing more of the balance shift toward a degree of skepticism. Now, I don't think we're anywhere near the numbers that would be needed to say, pull back executive authority, and we may never be. But I think it's going to be challenging to find a simple majority if they do try to legislate some of these tariffs, at least now.
I think the bigger issue for Congress is the oversight of the refund process.
Yeah.
Right? There's already been a piece of legislation that would require CBP to refund within 90 days, which would be a monumental task. But even the WIDA panel 2-3 weeks ago, where you had the four corners of the authorizing committees up here, they said, we are already in conversation with CBP about the refund process. And my guess is that that's where their energy is going to be focused.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, when I served at the Department of Commerce, I oversaw the exclusions process for the 232 steel and aluminum tariffs. It reminds me of that because that got a lot of congressional interest for understandable reasons, and this is just of an order of magnitude that's different. And so if you know, businesses across the country are increasingly not able to get the refunds or don't know when they're coming, they're going to make their voices heard to Congress.
But let's not forget the plan, if there is a plan, which is there's 5 months of these stopgap tariffs. I mean, the administration was clear within hours they were going to issue a stopgap measure. They did. But now the next stage is look at some of the investigations like Section 301 and maybe 232 and using those tools to maybe fill in the gaps. So I think the theory, the approach is, I think, that at the end of 5 months, you would maybe have a set of tariffs that would maybe be based on other legal authorities, and the administration would not necessarily be looking to then roll over these 122 tariffs. I mean, call me a dreamer.
Absolutely.
Call me a dreamer.
Let's dreamer. Okay, yeah. Let's move to the second part of the 1-2 punch in Plan B. So the Section 301 investigations. Let me just ask. I'll throw it open. You know, USTR Greer gave a detailed statement. Said investigations would involve most trading partners. Gave a list of concerns. Said this would all be done expeditiously. What do you make of that statement? How do you think it will manifest in reality? It feels like we're going to be in a world that's quite different from the 301 investigations that we've had in the past. Who'd like to start?
I'll go quickly. I mean, I've always thought the 301 was going to be kind of the enduring, if you call it the end game of what this administration seeks to accomplish. It's just a very different animal than the other laws we've been talking about. You know, it's obviously been around for a long time. It's been used extensively in the past decade. I'm sure folks are very familiar with the China 301 that kind of got this started. I mean, we're 8 years in and those tariffs are still in place across now 3 different administration terms. You know, the tariffs were actually increased in the Biden administration. They're very sticky. You know, once they're in place, I think from my perspective, at least from what we've seen, they are difficult to remove. And the executive has an extraordinary amount of discretion under Section 301. It's been challenged in court. The courts have generally been leery of second guessing the reasons why the investigations are happening. And the mandate in the law is very broad. You know, to look at discrimination, unfair trade practices that burden or restrict U.S. commerce. And then third, and I thought this was probably the most interesting part that came out of Friday with Kate, violations of trade agreements. So I wonder, you know, the mechanics of 301 are more rigid, but with all these trade agreements out there, you're going to get into a very complicated kind of chess game with the trading partners and whether that authority is used to kind of enforce the agreements potentially.
I agree. I mean, Section 301 makes USTR and the president judge, jury, and executioner. And I suspect in 150 days from today, the tariff regime, as a result of those investigations, is going to look very much like the tariff regime we had on Thursday.
I don't want to be Mr. Sunshine here.
Yeah, I know you have a different view of this. Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, Section 301, for whatever we want to say about the unbridled discretion, which is true, it does lay out specific trade, unfair trade practices, sets out violations of agreements. So there are substantive elements to it. And as Jennifer Thornton just emphasized this morning, there are procedural elements to it, which make it a very different animal from what we've been dealing with so far. You're supposed to have consultations with the trading partners, see if you can resolve the issues. You have consultations within the Section 301 committee of the Trade Policy Staff Committee. You have stakeholder consultations, maybe confrontations too, but consultations. Often involves a Federal Register notice, input. You know, now all of that could be squeezed. You could do more short-form investigations than we've seen in the past, and the very recent 232 and 301s have been a bit briefer than previous ones. But you do have a certain degree of procedural safeguards and input, which I think ideally would lead you to maybe a more thoughtful process and outcome in terms of tariffs than a 3 a.m. social media posting.
So are you disagreeing with Tim that the outcome is predestined? You're just saying, or are you just saying that there will be some substance and procedure and process and consultations that occur to make sure that they have a solid legal defense if and when they're challenged?
I don't think it's predetermined, because I mean the first step is, can you resolve some of the trade barriers? And the unfair trade barriers that are targeted in a Section 301 investigations are the same ones that have been in the National Trade Estimates report, which we publish for year after year, and which President Trump held aloft on Liberation Day. And it's also the same barriers that appear in all of the reciprocal trade agreements that are in place. And so I think, there are clear barriers, and I think that should be addressed. If a 301 investigation provides an outlet for addressing them, then no, I don't think the outcome in terms of a tariff response is predetermined. You could fix the problem, and then there might be no tariffs.
Just one quick thing to add on that. I mean, 301 also provides, one of the remedies can be trade agreements. So, we've got USTR's National Trade Estimate, which catalogs a lot of the issues. We've got trade agreements that are already extant. I mean, they're effectively close to being international law, to the extent international law means anything, but it is. And so there's a lot there for them to land in a very similar spot in a way that will not create litigation risk.
Well, maybe let me ask it this way. So on Thursday night, Indonesia signed an agreement on reciprocal trade with USTR, and then just a few days earlier, the Taiwan ART came out. And these were touted as fantastic agreements, and in fact, they accomplished a great deal from the perspective of U.S. exporters. I mean, broad tariff elimination, lots of non-tariff barriers, commitments on digital trade. Do you expect that these countries will be the subject of a 301 investigation? And if so, on what basis?
So, I mean, my kind of impression is in the next week or two, we'll likely see maybe a half dozen 301 countrywide investigations to try to capture as much of our global trade as we can. Now, there are countries, many of them that you just mentioned, that may not be in kind of the first tranche that go through. But I do fully expect we're going to see a lot of countrywide investigations. We'll also probably see some issue-specific investigations that implicate a bunch of countries. There's been talk about a potential pharma one. So yeah, my impression is they're going to be very aggressive to roll these out. I have no doubt that they've been working on them for the last couple months, at least to get the initiation materials ready to go, in an effort to move incredibly quickly. But I don't think they're going to do 20 investigations on day one.
I think the other factor, as we talk about 301s, is the capacity at USTR, right?
Exactly.
Not a huge agency. They're already really extended, I think, doing agreement negotiations. Adding the layer of the 301 cases, even if it's leverage in the trade agreement negotiations, is still a big lift. And I question, do they have that capacity? The other question that I have is, how much coordination on the complementarity of 232 cases and 301 cases? Like, where's that? How's that working? And
there's been articles suggesting we're going to see a bunch of 232 investigations as well. So, new ones.
But why didn't we get an announcement this weekend?
I mean, you ask an interesting question. How will trading partners react to an investigation? It's probably useful to remind ourselves, I mean, a 301 investigation, it's not like a criminal investigation or an indictment. I mean, it sounds bad. An investigation sounds never a good thing when you're being investigated. But what is a Section 301 investigation? It's you're alleging that there are some unfair trade practices that need addressing. And so you're going to look into whether they need addressing. And the first step you take is to consult with the trading partners and say, is this a trade barrier? Is there a way to fix it? One outcome is a trade agreement. So it's actually, I mean, despite its name as an investigation, it's really kind of a bit more, initially at least, more of a soft power tool to try to address the underlying unfair trade practices. So I think you're probably right that the first reaction potentially from a trading partner that says, oh, now we're under investigation is, oh, this is an outrage, we're being investigated. But I'm hopeful, maybe, and the trade professionals who know the history of trade policy and trade investigations would recognize, no, this is a way of engaging to address those practices, which is what we're already doing in the ARTs. We're already engaging and saying, look, we think there may be some issues with standards barriers, with sanitary, phytosanitary barriers, with excess capacity. We're addressing those in an ART. And then if you have a Section 301 investigation, it's really just the domestic legal mechanism for implementing what you're already doing in these ARTs.
Yeah, let me add I don't think any of this is going to be new. I mean, most of these agreements were done after the CIT's decision holding the IEEPA tariffs illegal.
Yep.
So none of this is news. I'm sure it was explicitly, my guess is, it was explicitly discussed. My guess is the major trading partners all hired fancy lawyers to walk them through all this. They discussed it in the negotiations of the United States itself, where Jameson, or the USTR, and the Treasury Secretary and the Commerce Secretary all said, we think we're going to win on IEEPA, we think we're right, but if we don't, we have all these other tools that we're going to end up in a pre-ART state of affairs with higher tariffs, and if you want to get the beneficial lower tariff, we're willing to agree today, then do it today and lock it in, and we'll guarantee you we'll get back there at the end of the day. But now, as a political matter, in each country, could it be a larger problem for folks who weren't in the room? Could it cause a stir by getting named? But I mean, these are all very sophisticated negotiators for all these countries on the highest profile issue, one of the highest profile issues they have. So I can't imagine it being a surprise, diplomatically or otherwise, for everybody.
Okay, let me ask this. So let's say Tim is right, and it's not that Tim's right. Actually, we're just listening to the president. He said, we're going to recreate the regime we had before. We had political level folks from USTR say, look, our guidance is, regardless of the Supreme Court outcome, if you paid tariffs before, you'll pay tariffs afterwards. So let's say, yeah, okay, it's a conversation about unfair trade practices, but we know where we're going. And so at the end of the day, you have investigations of 20, 30, 40 partners covering the vast majority of U.S. trade. What happens in that case with a legal challenge? It seems to me it's a much harder case than IEEPA, which they had this out through normal statutory interpretation. They could say this doesn't mean tariffs. 301 certainly does mean tariffs, but does it mean that the president couldn't create a new global tariff regime? I mean, what would Justice Gorsuch say about that, for example? How do you think that plays out?
Well, so I think the experience in the past year with Section 232 is somewhat informative because, look, they've been incredibly aggressive under that authority, which is different than 301, but follows to a degree similar process, in terms of inviting comments and all that. They have moved much more quickly on 232. The president's taken actions under some of the existing 232 investigations to raise tariffs, done things like renew reports from 5 years ago with pretty minimal changes. Different context here with 301, but I guess what I'm saying is I think what we're going to see in terms of these investigations is going to look very different. I think they're going to move very quickly. And so, I don't think we're going to see courts de novo review like the substantive bases for these investigations, but there's certainly going to be APA challenges, process challenges as this goes forward. And that's why part of what's interesting about all this is how the 301s are going to dovetail with the ongoing negotiations as they're kind of rolled out, and are they modified? I still think it's a very uphill battle in terms of any kind of legal challenge in this. I agree with Tim that it's, there's just so much authority under 301 for the executive, but I do think we're likely to see more efforts at this stage now that IEEPA has been overruled to potentially challenge either the 232 or the 301 actions by some folks.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible the president goes out and says, like, this is all pretext for me to do things that I couldn't do otherwise, right? And that creates litigation risk. I noticed, the U.S. Chair General Counsel this morning was very careful to say the outcome's not predetermined. And obviously she's a very good lawyer and knows what she's doing. So you can never rule it out. It's just, at a minimum, any litigation is not going to be the IEEPA case. And I mean, on 232, both 301 and 232 were heavily litigated.
Yep.
On 232, the president increased tariffs on a country because they put an American pastor in jail. Department of Justice in the litigation said it was entirely about other issues, and the pastor never got mentioned in the court papers by the courts or by the Department of Justice, and the president's actions were upheld. So, maybe things change, but it's been very clear that IEEPA was always going to be a very big litigation risk, and 301 and 232 are different.
Do we have time? Are we at one more question? So there's been a lot of commentary that by taking away IEEPA, you've taken away the president's favorite tool for very quickly threatening tariffs and, if necessary, implementing them. And you all have talked about how 301 has more process than that, at least in the investigation, determination, and implementation phase. But once these tariffs are in effect, how much discretion does the president have to modify?
So once an investigation's been concluded, I mean, at least from my perspective, he has a lot of discretion. They can use executive orders to modify the tariffs after the fact with probably quite a bit of latitude. So yeah, they've got to get to the stage where they've concluded an investigation. One of the outstanding questions I have is, are they going to break the 301 investigations into a merits and a remedies phase? Because trying to do both of those in 5 months, I think, will be quite challenging. But once they've done all that, I think they have a great deal of flexibility. Now, and also, I guess the last thing I'd mention is don't sleep on 338. It is this law that's sitting out there that's untested. And there's no reason from my perspective they couldn't do all the 301 work, but also try to roll the dice on 338 to make kind of adjustments similar to what we saw this past year.
I think over time there has been also a declining value in the quick warning, like the 10% tariffs on Greenland or on for Iranian oil, all these things, which I think a lot of trading partners have already kind of discounted the quick threats, which may or may not actually happen. And so I think the ability to use 301 as a meaningful way of leverage against unfair trade practices, I think that was probably that was the direction we were maybe moving anyway. And so I think that leverage will, I think, remain. It won't be the power of an overnight tweet. On the other hand, I think that power was already declined.
Do we have audience questions?
I think
please.
No, you want to do audience questions?
We want to take some audience questions now. We're going to take a couple. We have some WIDA ground rules. You have to ask your question in the form of a question. No speeches from the floor, please. And please identify yourself when you ask your question. Take one here, and do we have one over there? So we'll take 2 questions to start.
I would like to ask what you think the vetting is on when the 338 will come into play. It was mentioned briefly by Mr. Miller and the webinar on Friday, and I just wonder, so this afternoon, lightning round, what are the odds?
I already spoke to it. So.
I mean, if the goal is legal certainty, then 338 is a risk. It's never been used. If you read it, it's kind of oddly written. It's very oddly written. it's unclear what the role of the International Trade Commission is vis-a-vis the president. Does he have to wait? It doesn't say he's got to wait for the recommendation, but it's got this weird language. So maybe it gets used as Plan C or D in some fashion, but it's just untested waters, and there's a lot of well-trodden ground on 301.
You know, if 301 and 232 don't resolve the issue in the next 150 days, as between putting 122 in place for another 150 and using 338, my money would maybe be on
Absolutely.
338.
Yeah. Yep.
But a significant amount of legal risk, and I'm not betting the eggs on that.
Yeah.
Marilee, International Trade Today. I'm going to ask a practical question. Ryan referred to the story today about 232s, and in that story it also talked about how the derivatives enforcement might change and how they might lower the rate but have it apply to the entire value of the exercise equipment or nut or bolt or what have you. And so for those of you who are working directly with importers, would that be an improvement in your view, or are you concerned it would be a higher revenue bite? What are your thoughts?
So one of the biggest challenges we see with administering derivatives from the importer perspective is finding the data associated with the value, the country of origin, all of that. If that requirement was removed, it would streamline things. Yes, I think that would be an easier process and probably more enforceable and administratable.
Thank you very much. My name is Ruth Schipper. I'm with the Netherlands Embassy. I'm just thinking of a more like a real economy angle, the impact of all of this on SMEs and the working capital, access to capital, cost of capital. Do you foresee any new instruments, maybe SBA, access to working capital, credit lines for SMEs? And also, any comments on those SMEs that we were in the beginning maybe laughing about a little bit, but now maybe they were smart to sell off their claims to CBP to these intermediary financial parties, who some whisper are actually affiliated with family members of some ranking members in the Trump administration.
Who wants to take that?
I think from a complexity perspective, a lot of this complexity falls more squarely on small and medium-sized enterprises. And I think that is something that is definitely impacting them now.
But I guess it's hard to see SBA standing up a program to help businesses deal with the cost of Trump's tariffs.
Unless you're a farmer.
Right.
I mean, on the latter question, no, it wasn't. I mean, unless you needed cash at the time, I mean, the bet was if you sold the claim, you didn't think the plaintiffs were going to win.
Or that you'd get your money back.
Right. Or you get the money back. I mean, the people who hold these claims, who bought these claims, they're going to get their money.
Hi, my name's Sean Kennedy. I'm with Resilient Global, and I just wanted to ask a question related to what this panel mentioned, I think near the beginning, about customs compliance becoming a more difficult task lately. If you have any further advice, any of you, for how companies that are either importing into the U.S. or companies that are exporting to the U.S. or customs brokers who are helping facilitate that, just customs compliance procedures internally, if there's anything in particular you recommend those sorts of organizations doing differently now with the new situation and whatever unknown changes come forward. Yeah, appreciate it.
I'll start, but I think, you know, a good compliance program, it doesn't have to be hard. Just get the basics in place and grow over time. The other thing that we recommend is document, document, document. So every decision you make, every piece of data that goes into that decision, make sure you've got it written down somewhere and you keep those records for more than 5 years.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add to that is, I mean, we advise clients on this all the time. I mean, the potential penalty risks of getting it wrong are so significant. And for a lot of companies, they really are. It can be kind of game-changing for a lot of the operations. So it just reinforces your point. You got to document everything.
We typically find that it takes a catastrophe for companies to invest in compliance. Your catastrophe has already happened. Don't wait for the penalty.
I mean, back in the day when tariffs were really high, this was like a big thing. So you may need to go out and find the equivalent to the Apollo astronauts from the customs and brokerage firms of 20 years ago when these kinds of things mattered and they came up all the time and people had strong compliance programs in place. We've been sort of lulled into complacency, I think, by the fact that most tariffs are zero or close to zero.
Hi, Anbin Fan from Eurasia Group. My question is around Section 301 and labor rights. And I saw that at the end of last year that Nicaragua, like poor labor conditions and lack of respect for rule of law place undue burden on commerce. And that was used in sort of, rationale for the application. So I'm curious about that specifically, but also just how labor might be, provisions might be used to build the tariff wall.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in quick. I mean, I think it's really a bipartisan issue. I mean, past the last several administrations. So I do think there's a lot of potential for labor issues to feature prominently in the upcoming 301 investigations. The announcement from the USTR mentioned a list of things they were going to look at, and forced labor was on that list. So I think it's without question they're going to be looking at labor.
And heavy focus in USMCA. I mean, the labor issues are critical, I think, and definitely part of 301s.
We had 76 questions on a webinar for 1 hour. We have 5 so far.
Good. It means we provided clarity.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Hornby from the Embassy of Australia. Would just be interested to know where you think the countries that were just facing the 10% tariff, who didn't have ARTs or any kind of framework in place, how you think the Trump administration may treat them.
I think, harking back a little bit to the initial comment I made, there's a long history of broad pronouncements coming out, and then as the impact becomes apparent, there may be some wiggle room for adjustments. I mean, you can't really predict that, but there has been a bit of a history of that. So if countries that end up in a worse position because of this, I mean, the jury may not be entirely out on where all that lands. But I have no specific information, just a history that these things tend to be subject to discussions.
What is probably going on is they're looking at how much flexibility do they think Section 122 allows to differentiate among countries. And, it's never been used before, so it's not like they've got a set of judicial decisions that they can line it up against. So there's definitely a risk that they go to 15% and they have to call up the trading partners that one way or another landed at 10% and say it's just 150 days to give us time to get back to where we are.
Hi, Stephanie Harwood with the representative of German Industry and Trade. With the discussion about these Section 301 investigations being in terms of topics, do you have any thoughts on what that looks like for a trading bloc like the European Union? Some countries have digital services taxes, some don't. So how does an investigation into a topic translate into trading bloc like that?
Dan?
Well, I think from a bloc perspective, you can initially look at the EU-wide legislation, like the DMA, DSA. I think you can look on the digital side. The ART with Europe cites a number of barriers in terms of conformity assessments and standards. So you have the pronouncements of Jameson, which among other things mentioned pharmaceutical pricing and digital issues. I think if you look at the NTE report, that's a good signal of where some of those things might be. But it's also true, we had a Section 301 on DST during the first Trump administration, and the administration doesn't hesitate to single out individual member states for their actions and to take action under 301. So you may have both levels going on. knowing full well that a 301 against an individual member state, especially a significant one, will probably engage the commission in discussions about how to resolve it.
Thank you, Mike, Brenda, Dan, Tim, Ryan. Really informative, super interesting for those of us, especially us trade geeks, who I know make up most of our friends in the room. Thank you. Thanks for stepping up for today. Thank you to our sponsors once again. If you'll just give me a moment to thank them individually. Our benefactors, Amazon and the National Pork Producers Council. Our executive sponsors, Business Roundtable and White and Case. And our patron sponsors, American Apparel and Footwear Association, Coupang, Corn Refiners Association, National Association of Manufacturers, National Retail Federation, North American Export Grain Association, Trade Data Monitor, and Trade Center Management Associates, and the International Trade Center, who've been our hosts today in this lovely venue. Thank you. Thank you all for sticking with us. Delighted to see everybody. Please stick around for a bit and do some more of your networking. Thanks to those of us who joined online. And we look forward to seeing you all soon online. And those of you who still want to get a table at our annual dinner, we have about 15 left. Thank you all very much for being here today.
To you.
Well done. Good to see you. Nice to see you. It's been a while.